Yeah. Because he won't have a mic. Here's the agenda.
Once again, would everybody that's going to be wishing to speak tonight, if they'd please go up to Jill at the podium and sign up? Thank you. We will be starting shortly. We're just waiting for one more member to arrive.
Hi.
Let's go ahead and start. Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This board is comprised of 7 members. 4 members of the board shall constitute a quorum, and the affirmative vote of 4 members shall be necessary for the adoption of any motion. If only 4 members of the board are present, an applicant may request and be entitled to a continuance to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the board. If a matter is continued due to a lack of quorum, the chairperson or secretary of the board may set a special meeting to consider such matter. In the event that 4 votes are not obtained, an applicant may request a continuance or allow the application to proceed to the commission without a recommendation. Pursuant to resolution number 2021-118, the City of Coral Gables has returned to traditional in-person meetings. Accordingly, any individual wishing to provide sworn testimony shall be present physically in the commission chambers. However, the Planning and Zoning Board has established the ability for the public to provide comments. Normally, the internet comments or online comments are non-sworn, but because of the new variant, they will be allowed to be sworn testimony as long as the video camera is on and we do see the individual. They will be allowed. Lobbyist registration and disclosure. Any person who acts as a lobbyist pursuant to the City of Coral Gables Ordinance number 2006-11 must register with the city clerk prior to engaging in lobbying activities or presentations before city staff boards, committees, and/or city commission. A copy of the ordinance is available in the office of the city clerk. Failure to register and provide proof of registration shall prohibit your ability to present to the board. As chair, I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Planning and Zoning Board meeting of February 9th, 2002 to order. The time is 6:03. Jill, if you'll please call the roll.
Robert Behar. Here. Alex Bucelo.
Here.
Claudia Miro. Luis Revuelta. Vinnie Torre. Here. Chip Withers. A.B. Eisenstadt.
Here. Notice regarding ex parte communication. Please be advised that this board is a quasi-judicial board, which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications and site visits. An ex parte communication is defined as any contact, communication, conversation, correspondence, memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside a public hearing between a member of the public and a member of a quasi-judicial board. Regarding matters to be heard by the board, if anyone made any contact with a board member regarding an issue before the board member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication and the party who originated the communication. Also, if a board member conducted a site visit specifically related to the case before the board member must also disclose such visit. In either case, the board member must state on the record whether the ex parte communication and/or site visit will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence to be presented regarding the matter. The board member must also state that his or her decision will be based on substantial competent evidence and testimony presented on the record today. Does any member of the board have such a communication and/or site visit to disclose at this time?
Site visit for me? I drove by the site.
Could you specify which site visit?
Sorry,
Mr. Torre, can you please speak into the mic?
I passed by both sites that are, I think, on today, the agenda, 301 Madeira, and the other one is Catalonia. I don't know the address, both of those.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? At this time, we'd like to do the swearing in. Everyone who speaks this evening must complete the roster on the podium as I have asked before. We ask that you print clearly so the official records of your name and address will be correct. Now, with the exception of attorneys, all persons physically in the City Commission chambers who will speak on agenda items before us this evening, please rise to be sworn in. Thank you. Jill, if the record will reflect, please, that Mr. Revuelta has arrived. Thank you. Zoom platform participants. I will ask any person wishing to speak on tonight's agenda item to please open your chat and send a direct message to Jill Menendez, stating the item that you would like to speak before the board and include your full name. Jill will call you when it's your turn. I ask you to be concise for the interest of time. Phone platform participants. After the Zoom platform participants are done, I will ask phone participants to comment on tonight's agenda item. I also ask you to be concise in the interest of time. We will allow 3 minutes per speaker to go ahead and give their comments. At this time, what I'd like to do is the approval of the minutes of December 8th, 2021. Has everybody had a chance to look at them?
I make a motion to approve.
Mr. Behar makes a motion to approve. We have a second. Any comment? No? Call the roll, please.
Alex Bucello?
Yes.
Luis Revuelta? Yes. Vinnie Torre?
Yes.
Robert Behar?
Yes.
A.B. Eisenstadt?
Yes. The procedure that we will use tonight is as follows. First, we'll have the identification of agenda item by Mr. Caller. Second will be the presentation by staff, and then the presentation by applicant or agent. The reverse may be done where the applicant may present first and then the staff also. We'll have an open public comment in chamber, then Zoom platform, then the phone line platform. Afterwards, I will close the public comment. We will have board discussion, a motion, and discussion, if any, second of a motion. Board's final comments, and a vote if appropriate. Before we begin, I'd like to take a second. I want to address a comment that was posted on a local app. That is nextdoor.com. I don't want to mention the author, though. The post was under urgent political corruption alert on development in Coral Gables. It further stated, shocking fact, the architect serves on the board in planning and zoning and will decide on a project. Will the board member be voting on his own project? All of us, we all have a right to agree and to disagree. That's a given right to all of us. But no one has a right to intentionally slander any individual, whether a politician, a board appointee, or just your neighbor. That's just wrong. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may just add to that a second, please. I will, since this author named me personally, I will say that this was posted by Mr. Frank Janasek, and in which he names me specifically by name, calls me out. And I don't know if he's here or not, that is not true. And what I say is, know your facts before you post something like this, that you're slandering me and it's hurting me. That is not right and it would not be tolerated. I'm insulted, and all of us should be insulted that such an insinuation is made about us by this individual. Okay?
Excuse me.
By the way, this gentleman, I will, if you can, please request that the police officer come. Last meeting that we had, in the neighborhood meeting, he kept interrupting and insulting us. Can I, as a vice chair, I request that the police officer come to make sure that if he behaves in the same, and he insulted me vulgarly in the last meeting, he is removed from here.
I've never met this man before. I don't know his story.
You have neighborhood, you have Mr. Chair,
Excuse me. Let's have order, please.
There are rules of decorum that are already in our book, and they're to be followed by all parties. If the rules are not followed and somebody becomes disruptive, then there are appropriate remedies. At this point, I just want to advise everyone, this is almost like a court proceeding. There's a court reporter taking everything down. You cannot speak from the crowd, because when you speak from the crowd, the court reporter doesn't have any idea who's speaking. And we want a verbatim record of this proceeding. So the only time you should be speaking is when you're at the podium and you've been sworn in. If you've chosen not to speak, then you shouldn't speak. If you've chosen to speak, then you wait till your name is called, so that a full record can be taken, so that we can have an orderly process. And this is for this record. So I appreciate everyone's indulgence in doing it that way.
thank you, Mr.
Thank
City
you, sir.
Attorney. I will continue. We're not elected elected officials. We are volunteer board members. We are appointed. We're not public figures. We are not, we cannot be, and we will not tolerate to be attacked in such a manner. Furthermore, that same goes for staff. Nobody has the right to insult or harass the way that some of you have done it. It is not acceptable. As to the comment of conflict of interest and me voting on my own project, let it be clear, as long as I served, and it goes back between 25 to 30 years as a volunteer on this and many other boards, I have always recused myself when one of my projects comes up to the board. It is mandatory and required by the Florida statute. I cannot participate. I've never done it, and I will never do it. So just to clear up, I don't vote on my own project. It is not allowed. Just to clear that question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's continue with the items on the agenda. Does anybody want to make any changes to the agenda, or we will proceed as is?
Chair, I think I would make a recommendation that we go with the last two items, better said, E7 and E8, and then as they're related, and E9 and E10, since it seems for the interest of time, people are going to be speaking on those items.
So what you like to do is move the two projects forward and then do the city items last.
That is correct. Yes, Chair.
I'd like to ask my fellow board members if they're in agreement with that. Let's take one.
I'm fine with it.
Vinny is okay? Louis is okay?
I'm okay.
Sorry, we can't hear you, Mr. Revuelta.
Let's hear yours second then.
Microphone
I think would be best. Can I see that document?
If Robert has to recuse himself, what would be the most beneficial time or most efficient time for the board to hear items? So when he recuses himself, we still have the benefit of having the voting on the other items.
Well,
I could be on standby. Once, if we get over, you get over the two, I will recuse myself for the item. I will be in standby, and I'll come back in.
Well, again, it's a question because I'm not fully understanding
he
the
will,
sequence.
if we take the item, the first item, which would be the project that Robert is the architect, he will be leaving the chambers.
He has to, but,
He has to leave the chambers. He will be on standby, and then we can
And then
notify
come
him
back.
to come back in.
okay.
And that's fine.
But if it's-
I will be close by.
I just think it's important. I don't even know if we have a quorum if he doesn't show up with the other items.
We do have a quorum. We need 4 for a quorum.
Well, it would be beneficial to have, I think, 5 members
Correct.
for the
But
rest of the items, if everybody agrees.
yes, but he can't be here for his own item.
No, I understand that.
Okay. And I will do a yes also. So let's go ahead and move items, the 2 projects first. Mr. Collar, would you,
Before you do that, Mr. Chairman, I will recuse myself at this point, since the first item is coming up.
thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, item E9 An ordinance of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, granting approval of a planned area development pursuant to zoning code Article 14, process section 14-206, general procedures for planned area development for a mixed-use project referred to as Alexian Crafts on property legally described as lots 5 through 27.
Mr. Caller?
Did I
think-
pronounce that wrong?
Let's do E7 and E8 first, which
Oh,
would
I'm
be
sorry.
the item which Robert has recused himself.
Oh, it's E7.
And we'll
and E8.
take item
My fault.
E9 and E10 afterwards.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Item E7. An ordinance of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, granting approval of planned area development pursuant to zoning code Article 14, process section 14-206, general procedures for planned area development for multifamily project referred to as 301 through 341 Madeira on property legally described as lots 4 through 24, Block 1 of revised plat of Coral Gables, Section K, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeal of provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item E8, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, granting conditional use approval pursuant to zoning code section 2-400, district overlays, section 2-405, residential infill regulations for a multifamily project referred to as 301 through 341 Madeira, located on property zone multifamily MF2, legally described as lots 4 through 24, Block 1, a revised plat of Coral Gables, Section K, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeal provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item E7 and E8 public hearing.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Trias?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I have the PowerPoint, please? The request has two aspects to it, PAD and conditional use site plan. This is the site, which is on Madeira. To the north of the site, there's unincorporated Dade County, so it's at the city limits, just south of the city limits. You can see it there in the plat. The red is the unincorporated Dade County, and then the city is towards the south and towards the east. The zoning is MF2, and the land use is mid-rise. However, in the zoning designation, there's the overlay, the infill overlay, which the applicant is taking care of. Request number one is a PAD. As the project has evolved, there are less and less PAD aspects to the project. But you can see that the community park and the quality of the sidewalk is still there. And the applicant will explain that in more detail. The project is 1.4 acres, and it's 100 units per acre, which is what's allowed under the infill overlay. The PAD, again, enhances the ground level spaces. The conditional use site plan, as you can see, follows the requirements of the infill overlay. The applicant will explain them in detail. The Board of Architects looked at this in December. There was a neighborhood meeting in January, and today we're having the planning and zoning meeting. Letters were mailed to property owners within 1,000 feet, including people north of the city limits. There were two letters sent to property owners. The property was posted twice. The website posting was also twice, and there was one newspaper advertisement for this meeting. The application is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and staff recommends approval with conditions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, one housekeeping measure on this item. And I know council's familiar with the ruling that he has as a fact witness someone from the Behar firm, but that person is not going to be presenting the project. He'll be only here to answer questions. The presentation of the project will be done by counsel, who's very equipped to be able to do that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collar. Mr. Chair, good evening, board members. My name is Mario Garcia Cerro. The office is at 600 Brickell Avenue. Here this evening representing the property owner and the applicant, Urban Madeira 301 LLC. I'm joined today by the principals of that firm, Mr. Erwin Shredney, Mr. Jonathan Shredney, and Mr. Scott Alkis, who are here with us this evening. The Shredneys, they are all family, have a long history of being owners and developers of multifamily residential developments, including here in Coral Gables, and it's a very good reputation. For them, this is a long-term investment and a long-term hold and part of their family legacy. We're also joined this evening by John McWilliams with Kimley Horn, our traffic consultant. Let's start by putting this a bit in context. And what's up there on the screen right now, and I want to make sure that, okay, it looks like everything. What's up on the screen right now are the residential infill regulations for the city of Coral Gables. Now, these residential infill regulations are a product of considerable work and study, having started in 2002. So for about a 15-year period, the city, through its consultants, including Duane Plater Zyberg, a very well-regarded planning firm, went through the process of trying to determine how the future of the North Ponce area should be. And they identified an issue and a challenge which needed to be addressed. And that issue, that challenge, is the fact that much of the housing stock in Coral Gables, in the North Ponce area, has declined with time and quality. They have served a useful life, some of them 50 to 70 years. They've been in service as apartments, but they've gotten to the point that it is very hard to justify further investment in their maintenance or improvement. And so in 2017 or thereabouts, the City Commission adopted these residential infill regulations, which are an overlay zoning regulation covering the area of the city between the Central Business District, 8th Street, and then Lejeune and Douglas on the west and on the east. And those are the regulations that are before you now. And I'll read sort of in relevant part the more important mentions of purpose and intent in these regulations. If you look at them, they'll say encouraging greater housing opportunities, providing greater housing opportunities in strategic areas of the city, promote and encourage pedestrian activity, protect and promote a garden-like feeling in Coral Gables' multifamily residential districts, and encourage compatible and engaging streetscape. That's exactly what this project is about. This project is consistent with those regulations. It's meeting that long-term policy and goal of the city, and it is something that has been on the city code and in the city books for years now. This is not something that we're proposing or that we are inventing. We're proposing a project that is consistent with what city policy and city code calls for in this area. Now, how does it work? The residential infill regulations actually work within the building envelope that is already permitted under the underlying MF2 zoning regulations. In other words, if this overlay didn't exist, and the only thing that existed is the underlying zoning of MF2, MF2 permits a 2.5 FAR, which is exactly what the residential infill regulations permit, and MF2 permits a height of 97 feet. The residential infill regulations permit 3 more feet in height. So instead of 97, 100. The big difference is density. The MF2 regulations permit a maximum density of 50 units to the acre. The residential infill regulations permit a maximum density of 100 units to the acre. Again, this was done after considerable thought and study, adopted by the City Commission in order to exactly incentivize new development within the North Ponce area. Now let's talk about the site. As Ramon mentioned, it's about a 1.45 acre site on the north side of Madeira, between Salcedo and Lejeune, at the extreme northern end of the city. Immediately to the north is the unincorporated area commonly referred to as Little Gables. Now we'll talk about a little bit more of context. Here are some pictures of the neighborhood. Again, what is existing on the property today are many dated buildings dating anywhere from the 1920s to the 1960s in age. Insufficient parking, quality of housing not very high, especially by today's modern day standards. And what we're looking to do is replace that with housing that's going to last this city another 70, 100 years and meet the needs of its residents. Now let's talk a little bit about the project. The project is requesting both planned area development approval and site plan approval for the residential infill regulations. Both of these require certain public benefit. In order to obtain these approvals, you have to provide public benefit. That is part of what the project's all about. The project's basics, I think Ramon already went over, 143 units, 9 stories in height, and then 9 live-work units on the ground floor. Here we're looking at the ground floor plan, the site plan for the property, and most of those benefits are indicated here on this ground floor plan, which we'll go in more closer detail. On the extreme east, we have a 4,080 square foot open space area, which we are proffering as a sort of community park, granting a perpetual easement to the public so that the public, anyone can come and use that as it would any city park while we continue to maintain it and improve it. On this plan also, we'll see in greater detail later, widened sidewalks and landscape pedestrian areas go along the whole property so as to, again, try to meet that goal of promoting and encouraging pedestrian activity and encouraging compatible and engaging streetscapes. We have the walk-up townhome live-work units, also meant to activate and engage the street. The same streetscape improvements that we are proposing on the north side, we are in agreement with staff's recommended condition of approval that the same streetscape improvements that are on the north side, on our side of the street, we will also install on the south side, so as to have a continuous sort of treatment of that whole block of Madeira. At our cost, of course, and at our effort. Subject also to city and public input. There has been.
1 second. Could we please keep it down? Thank you.
There has been some discussion by the neighbors as to whether they want to keep more on-street parking and less of the landscape bulb outs. So that's still some refinement that has to happen to see exactly what is it that the neighbors want. But whatever it is that they want, we will install. And lastly, we have agreed to make a monetary contribution to further the North Ponce streetscape improvements. As you can see here on the ground floor plan, the parking garage, and you'll see better in the renderings, completely lined. The only part of the parking garage that is exposed is the entrance and the exit. Here we'll start taking you through the renderings and walking you around the building. There in the foreground, you'll see the 4,080 square foot public open space area. You start seeing how the sidewalk is being maintained. One point that came up in our neighborhood meeting is that this rendering needed to be revised to show the actual condition on the street as far as on-street parking, and we've done that so as to show the actual width of travel and what the areas are for parking. Here you have a view of the facade from Madeira. This project went through considerable review at the Board of Architects. Literally, the better part of 2021 was spent going back and forth with the Board of Architects and receiving their comments. Their comments concentrated a lot about making the building more Mediterranean in style. We did receive Mediterranean approval from the Board of Architects, as is required by these residential info regulations. Another big part of their comments and discussion was having a facade that had more variation, more give and take. And indeed, that is what the project architect has tried to accomplish by, as you see, certain portions of the building being recessed. Here we have a view of the sidewalk and the streetscape in front, where you could see the walk-up units, the expanded sidewalk, the landscaping, the streetscape, the bulb outs, and the striped parking spaces, none of which, of course, exist right now. Here you've got a ground level view of the corner of Salcedo and Madeira, where the park would be open to the public. And here you see the other end of the project, on the other end of Madeira, where you see right on the left side of the image, that is a parking garage, yet it does not look like a parking garage because it is lined with habitable space and also properly treated from an architectural perspective. Again, very rare to see parking garages like this in Coral Gables. We're starting to see them now, but it is not historically how it's been. Here's a greater view showing the amenity deck up above the parking garage. And then here we are back at the ground floor plan. The ground floor plan now put in context with the other buildings around the property. On the south side of Madeira, within the city of Coral Gables, it's mostly multifamily. At the north side, in the unincorporated area of Miami-Dade County, Little Gables, it's a combination of single-family, duplex, and small apartments. Being conscious of that, we've set back the building appropriately, and we believe in context with the rest of the neighborhood. As you can see in this cross-section, the Via Isabela condominium building, which is on the south side of Madeira, is about 85 feet in height, and the top of our architecture is 100 feet in height. So a 15-foot difference, which really, when you're talking about this scale of building, is not necessarily something that could even really be discerned that much from the street. On the rear side of the property, we're indicating there what the zoning would potentially permit under the unincorporated Miami-Dade zoning of RU3, which is a 40-foot high building. Our building, the parking component of it, the parking pedestal, is 3 stories in height, about 33 feet in height, set back 10 feet, and then the tower itself is set back another 28 feet from the property line, so a total of 38 feet in setback between rear property line and tower. Considerable setback to try to be respectful to the lower rise properties to our rear. We'll walk quickly through the floor plans. Here is the second floor, which shows the liner units in front of the garage, the lobby on the extreme right, the walk-up units on fronting on Madeira, parking garage concealed behind. Third floor, similar situation. Fourth floor is where the amenities are, the pool, small green area, clubhouse, that sort of thing. Then all of the residential units, combination of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Going up, floor plans number 5, 6, and 7, and 8 are very similar. 9, the top floor is recessed a bit more in the middle and on the sides. Here in a closer up view is the configuration of the proposed park, about 4,080 square feet, as mentioned before. This would, of course, go through a planning process where there would be outreach to the neighborhood through the city, so as to be able to create a park here that's really responsive to the needs of the neighborhood. Benefit that is significant in nature, especially when you consider how close any other park is. Here are the other next closest parks: Phillips Park to the east, which is on the other side of Ponce; San Jacinto Park, which is outside of the city of Coral Gables on the west side of Lejeune, both of them over a third of a mile away. As many of you know, a quarter mile is sort of considered the appropriate distance for people to be walking. I think even here in Miami, that's a bit of a challenge considering the weather and the elements. And people you can't even get to walk maybe even 1,000 feet. Here, having this park in this area is a very significant public benefit. It would come at considerable cost if the city had to acquire this property and build a park as its own, but it is part of the public benefit which is being provided as part of this project. Here we go back to the street level rendering. The reason I bring this one up is that staff is recommending approval with conditions. There are 2 conditions that we have issue with and we would ask for you to consider. The standard enumerated conditions, we're all fine with, those regarding monetary contributions, streetscape improvements, and so forth. The 2 suggestions that staff has, which are to remove the stoops that front the live-work units that you can see here on the street, and to remove the terraces that are on floors 3 and above because they encroach within what's called a step-back area, are the ones that we're in disagreement with. We feel the stoops are a key component of those ground floor units. The terraces even more. The terraces are, I think, a very important function. If you go through all those planning documents that the city went through over 20-some years, they talk about encouraging balconies and terraces so that people have that sort of outdoor space. And even though it's encroaching in the step back, that's one of the reasons why we're requesting a PAD. Planned area development is a zoning designation that you can have for a particular site plan that provides some flexibility on those sort of requirements as to make a better project. And we think that the stoops and the terraces in particular are a key, very important component to the quality of this project. And again, only have positive impact. The distance from the facade where the balconies are to the facade of one of the condominiums across the street is in the 90-some foot range. So it's a considerable distance. It's not like somebody's going to be standing on this terrace and looking into somebody else's condominium or apartment across the street, and it really makes for a much better project. On the issue of neighbors, we had a neighborhood meeting a few weeks ago, had considerable amount of input there. There are changes and proffers that we are wanting to do in response to that neighborhood input. We can go in more detail on that when we go through after the public comment, when we have a bit of a rebuttal period. But we're willing to proffer and pay for a residential parking zone so that the residents who live on the block will be the ones who will be entitled to use the on-street parking, they and their guests pursuant to a pass or permit program. We're willing to designate visitor parking within the garage so that there's assurance that there's easily accessible visitor parking for our guests in our building. We're also willing to increase the parking. Now, the increase of the parking would require input from this board because the way we get there is by potentially removing some of the liner units on the garage to open up that space and create 27 more parking spaces. That's something which we're willing to proffer, but we have to have a discussion as to whether it's appropriate and how we treat the parking garage facade. It would obviously still be treated to look the same as it looks right now, but it wouldn't have actual habitable space behind it. Lastly, subject to approval by the regulatory authorities involved, we'd also be willing to do a dedicated right-hand turn lane at the intersection of Madeira and Lejeune going north, so as to be able to open up more accessibility and ease of traffic flow there. I'll conclude by saying Coral Gables is a great city, but remember it was planned and is a city. It isn't a hamlet, it's not a village, it's not a town. This site is part of the apartment district of that great city, and after considerable effort and study, the City Commission adopted the residential infill regulations to ensure that the city will have a high-quality and vibrant apartment district. This project will be a significant step in fulfilling that goal, and I ask you to follow the staff recommendation of approval, as modified perhaps by those two conditions that I talked about, as well as the Board of Architects' approval of this project. Sound planning decisions are not easy, but that is what we need today. A sound planning decision backed by the code and backed by over 15 years of city study and effort. Thank you very much for your time. We have our professionals here if you need, and if you have any questions, I'd like to reserve a little time for rebuttal as we do expect some objections in the public comment period, and we can proceed accordingly. Thank you.
What I'd like to do at this time is first open it up for public comment, and then while Mario makes his rebuttal, we can go ahead and ask any questions that we may have to the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, I know that there were letters, I believe, on this project, and that the board members that has been distributed to them earlier, and I think they're also available at the podium.
And they have been entered into the record.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. What I'd like to remind everybody, please, is that we're giving 3 minutes per speaker. There is a timer that's there, and there's also a light. It'll be green, then it turns to yellow, and then it turns to red when your time is up. I would also ask you to please be concise, and if somebody has said something, maybe you could agree with their position and so forth. Thank you. Jill, will you please call the first speaker?
We have 16 speakers.
How many?
16 and 4 via Zoom.
Okay.
Luis Delgado.
Good evening. My name is Luis Delgado.
I think your microphone is not, if you could speak into the microphone.
Okay, how's this? Is this all right? Okay, thank you. My name is Luis Delgado. I'm a resident of the city of Coral Gables. Am I still okay here?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
I've born and raised here in the city.
Your name and address for the record?
4920 Pine Drive,
And that's in Coral Gables?
Coral Gables.
Thank you.
I've resided in the city most of my adult life. I've gone to school here. I own significant property in this city. I'm actually very familiar with this project because when the Shredney family was assembling these projects, I'm the one that encouraged them. I really promoted the city because I thought they would be great people to develop in the city. I know them very, very well. I know them to be very honorable, very caring people and long-term players. They're not here to flip or just to profit from the city. They really want to make it better. I know they're super honorable people and they have the financial wherewithal to do what's right for the city. That's what's in their heart. I wouldn't be here speaking on their behalf if I didn't feel that way. I've also followed this project because I have numerous properties very near this area. I think this will be a substantial upgrade for the area. Will promote further investments of all types in the area which are needed. I think more importantly, it's going to bring more affordable type housing. We all know what's going on with the rents in this area, and we need projects in that area that will encourage those types of rents, and that's what this is designed to do, which we sorely need. So I'm not going to take up any more of the time. I'm sure you've heard it. I'm wholeheartedly support this and hope that that this board does as well. And obviously, if you have any questions of me, I know I probably have 30 seconds left. I'll throw it back to you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jill, is the timer not working? Okay, if not, I'll keep it up here.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Luis Arevalo, 1320 South Dixie Highway.
And that's in Coral
In
Gables?
Coral Gables, yes, that's correct. We are property owners of several sites on the North Gables, and I would like just to make a distinction of two different topics here. One of them is the current North Gables zoning code that was developed starting on the 14th, and it took about 3 years. The city basically, they took the initiative and they asked for the participation of all the property owners of the area. That's why we got involved on the process, and the process basically was approved, and I believe that it was a big enhancement on the zoning code. The main goals were to try to handle the properties that were built 60, 70 years ago, that probably the life expectancy of those properties are already getting to a limit. The structural component of those properties are not comparable with today's codes, and especially the life safety means they are not present on any of those properties on the North Gables. So the code tried to provide remedy for those conditions and create some rules that will enhance redevelopment. So that's one part, and we were very blessed and fortunate to be able to participate on that process. That was about 6, 7 years ago. Now we have a project like this one, Madeira, which I believe that the developer and the designer, they were able to interpret properly the spirits and the goals of those regulations by providing this project that complies with all the regulations in terms of density and height, and also I believe that we have to point the fact that the participation of the green area, that park on the east side of the property, is a very important contribution to the city. So as a property owners of the area, we welcome projects like this one that basically comply with the Mediterranean design. It's a very quality project that was approved by
the Board of Architects, and we will be happy to see any other projects following this line of design. So we are basically here to support not only this project, but any other project that comply with the regulations the way that they have been doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good evening. My name is Gustavo Madrigal. I am not Gables. I'm on the street behind 1625 Southwest 40th Avenue.
Your address, 1625.
1625 Southwest 40th Avenue.
And that's Miami-Dade?
That's my unincorporated date, yes, sir.
Thank you.
I wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to speak today in this meeting. And I stand before you simply asking not to kill the project, but just reject it in its current size. I'm all for the improvement and stuff like that, but the building as proposed is too big in comparison to the rest of the neighborhood. My other issue is 213 additional cars going through that street. With all due respect, it's that Madeira does not look like that on as rendered. Then also, it doesn't take into account visitors, delivery cars that are going to be going through that one little street that was already congested. Furthermore, I think it would destroy. There's two buildings that were already kind of approved for historical. And that's an issue that I think they need to work on as well. And I do not believe that the building meets the Mediterranean requirements. As the attorney spoke and said they went back and forth for a year with about a year with the Board of Architects. And give me 1 second, that's it. Yes, also the 10-foot setbacks I think are an issue, especially, because it's going to be casting shade and then drainage issues. And as for my personal issues with the project, to be frankly honest, I installed a pool 2 years ago, and now my house is going to be covered in shade, permanently from this building. I also have a 3-year-old daughter, and I don't particularly care for several units being able to look down on my property. I just respectfully ask the board to send the project back to be reimagined in a more Mediterranean style and more in line with some step downs. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Marianne?
Hello, this is Marianne Aleman. My address is also 1625 Southwest 40th Avenue in the Little Gables area, unincorporated Dade. I just wanted to say a couple things. That's my husband that just spoke. It's disappointing when people appointed or elected to serve the people choose to side with a developer that is not interested in this community. And with all due respect, the two folks that did speak and they said that they were in the Gables, this isn't affecting them personally. It does affect our homes. So I just wanted to say that this project is completely out of scale and character with the neighborhood and destroys the view shed of so many residents. It also destroys any light and visibility into the yards of surrounding homes, including ours. The project should taper down into the single-family residential, which is thoughtful urban planning. The opposition, this community is heavily organized, and we will be fighting this project every step of the way. It is against the will of the people. And what's worse is the idea that the architect sits on the board and personally, obviously, you can put this on the record. It smells of corruption and is truly unacceptable. How do we know that the fellow board members are not being influenced by the recused member? And then you are turning City Beautiful into City Concrete with these gargantuan projects being approved, and it has to stop. And another observation is that the renderings there, the street of Madeira doesn't look like that. That looks like it's like, I don't know, Lejeune or something, but it's really a lot smaller than they rendered there. And obviously this all sounds like a sales pitch, not me, but before, and don't fall for it. Listen to what's actually the community wants. And then if you approve this massive project, you will have George Merrick rolling in his grave.
Were you sworn in?
Thank you. Just hold your applause, please. But I do want to say something. I do take offense to you saying corruption to this board. If you do have any evidence of any, the attorney is here. There's a city attorney, there's a city manager, and I encourage you to proceed that way. Thank you, ma'am.
Raul Perez.
Raúl Pérez, 322 Madeira Avenue, in front of the building.
Can you
I
say
don't
your
see-
address again? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
322 Madeira Avenue,
City of Coral Gables?
City of Coral Gables.
Thank you, sir.
In front of the building.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't speak English.
Well, my English is, his is worse than mine, so I'm here to help him. He's concerned because he counted the apartments.
Your name and address.
Okay.
Can we have your name and address too?
Agustin Rivero, my name is Agustin Rivero. I don't live in the Gables anymore.
Okay. Just your address for the record, please.
What?
Su dirección for the record.
At 2130 Southwest 94th Court, Miami.
Thank you.
Okay, his concern is that he counted the apartments according to the plans, and it doesn't correspond to what they say that they have. That's one of the main concerns. Same thing with the parking spots. So he would like you to check, the count of the apartments, because according to his count, there is a total of 150. Okay? And the parkings, according to him, there are only 199. So it looks like there is a shortage, and the parkings according to the apartments. What else? That's it? Okay, he's concerned about the parking, the place that they are is designated as a park in the front of the building. Well, at the side of the building, he says that the side is they call the front of the building the smaller street, which is Salcedo. So Madeira is the longest street. So it's supposed to be the front. According to him, Madeira is supposed to be the front. But the parking on Salcedo is supposed to be 6,000 ¿cuántos pies? El parque.
No, el área que no está clarificada. Clarificar en los planos el área del parque.
Okay, he's concerned about the park, the area for the park on Salcedo.
Okay.
And revisar el setback.
And check the setbacks, because according to the heights, he says that the setbacks are not according to the height of the buildings.
My building is 17 feet high.
17.
No 18. It's 17.
17. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Watson, please.
Hi, I'm nervous. Thank you
Don't
for
be
the
nervous.
opportunity to speak here. Kelly Watson, 322 Madeira Avenue. My husband and I live directly across the street from the center of where the building is going to be built, and we're very concerned that the size of the building is not commensurate with the area. So the number of units that is being taken out is about 50 right now. It's being replaced with almost 150. There's already parking and traffic issues on that street. I work from home, and I sit with my window looking directly at Madeira Avenue. Just yesterday, there was cars backed up halfway up the block. It had to have been 8 to 10 cars trying to get onto Lejeune going west. And so that's with nobody living across in 4 or 5 units right now. So I'm very concerned about the safety of the streets there, and that there's just too many people would be living there at that time. So, and it would take out too much parking in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Daniel Vietza.
Good afternoon, Daniel Vaitia, 1193 71st Street, Miami Beach, Florida. I want to talk a little bit about the planning process taking place in North Ponce, beginning with a study in 2002 that was looking to improve walkability, improve transportation options, improve streetscape plans, and as a result, you fast forward to 2015, 2016, apparently that didn't do enough. They went through another charrette process, created a visioning workshop with the community in 2015, and following planning meetings in 2016. All that resulted with commission passing the infill regulations and also the conservation district for the North Ponce area. These regulations were designed to incentivize development while also providing some incentivization for historic preservation. Looking at the subject property, it is a catalyst project for the improvement of North Ponce. It's what the planners are looking to create. They're looking to create density and implement a vision that was a result of the community and adopted by the City Commission. The project team also brings a vision of improving the housing stock in the North Ponce, something that is needed, something to bring housing stock that's going to meet today's codes. This type of project, and the reason the planners looked at creating additional density is because that density and its proximity to downtown is actually going to reduce the amount of trips, local trips being generated in the community. The project and the overlaying codes were designed to improve walkability, encourage walkability. Its proximity to downtown for work, entertainment will do just that. It will improve pedestrian uses and safety by reducing curve cuts. It's going to contribute to an improved streetscape program that's going to improve trees along all of Madeira. That again is going to contribute to that walkability of the neighborhood. This project's also going to contribute to the overall North Ponce streetscape improvement program. It's going to provide that public community gathering space, which is in the historic nature of Coral Gables. Staff is also recommending approval based on all of its finding of facts that supports the project. The process of going to the Board of Architects, 6 hearings, it was not a rush process through 1 year. I think if you look at the beginning renderings of the project and what resulted after those 6 hearings, you have a much better design that it interacts much better with the streetscape. I was at the community meeting. I saw the concerns of the residents, heard the concerns of the residents. I understand the applicant is testifying that they're working on a residential parking district, which I think is a very positive step. At that community meeting, they also discussed concerns about parking, and you hear the resident, proffering to designate a certain amount of spaces within the garage towards guest visitor parking to lessen the demand on the street. The staff conditions, I certainly support staff's. May I finish?
If you'll just wrap it up, please.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time, and I certainly.
If you have a short version to continue, I mean, if it's
just on the conditions, I think it's great that they're doing both sides of the street. I am concerned with the terraces, the eyes on the street, the interaction of the residents with the street is something that's very historic to Coral Gables, and I think the terraces are important to activate that streetscape.
Thank you.
And I certainly recommend your approval today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Luis Delgado.
You already heard from me.
Danielle Pelli.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Pelli. I live at 475 Lakewood Drive in Winter Park, Florida, and I conduct a lot of business here in Coral Gables. I'm here to register my formal opposition to the proposed project at 301 Madeira. I'm going to focus today on the staff reports which evaluates the project, because these reports, perhaps more than anything else, are going to provide the foundation for the decision that this board makes, which in turn will be the basis from which the City Commission will make its final decision. In scrutinizing the 2021 staff reports, the original ones, we learned that the staff was originally quite critical of this development. Let's be clear, since 2021, meetings with the BOA resulted in significant changes to the Mediterranean appearance of the building. However, no changes have been made to the building's proposed height, number of units, and lot coverage despite explicit recommendations in the staff report. Now in 2022, for some inexplicable reason, the staff report transformed into support for the development without any significant changes to the project other than its appearance. Most importantly, the staff report contains proposals for fundamental changes to the building well beyond its Mediterranean appearance. The staff proposal envisions reductions in building size and footprints, which these recommendations had vanished. Let's scrutinize the 2021 staff report, which stated explicitly that, and I'm quoting, quote, "The proposed massing of the pad is not compatible with adjacent properties in the North Ponce area with regard to building bulk and size." What happened to that? And I asked the planner there, because he spoke about it, but that concern has disappeared. And critical for the board's consideration today is that the current staff report walks away from this very firm conclusion. For this reason, the original staff report explicitly states that to help the proposed pad fit into the current context, it is suggested that the pad be proposed with smaller building footprints. Again, I ask, what happened to that suggestion? It disappeared. Sadly, the original staff report suggestion had vanished with no explanation. What was true then is true now. It is arbitrary and capricious for this board to ignore these substantial and fundamental concerns about the building size and to approve the building despite these concerns that persist, despite the aesthetic modifications of the building. Again, the size, height, number of units, and lot coverage of the building, all concerns highlighted by the original staff report have not been addressed, and therefore the board's sole reliance on the aesthetic improvement is wholly insufficient. This board cannot arbitrarily and capriciously ignore prior findings and recommendations that go to the heart of this development and its impact on the neighborhood and community. Finally, I have one more thing to say. We almost missed this meeting because I was at 301 Madeira and I was driving here. I budgeted more than enough time. As I was trying to negotiate from Madeira to Lejeune, it took maybe 5 times as long. Emergency vehicles are not going to be able to get to all of the households on Madeira. There is going to be a tragedy one day, and since we're on the record, if this building and the parking and the streetscape is not addressed—
Please wrap it up.
I will wrap it up, sir. There is potential for tragedy because emergency vehicles are not going to be able to find room on Madeira. There is just no infrastructure there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Frederick?
Good evening. My name is Frederick Strohmeyer. I live on 441 Zamora Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida. I've been living here since 1993 in Coral Gables on Zamora Avenue. I have the following concerns for the record. First one is process. Let it be known, just for the record, there is a Robert Behar at Gunster. Gunster was hired by the developer that invited us to the meeting on January 26. There's a Robert Behar at the architect firm that designed this building. There's a Robert Behar on the Coral Gables architectural board, and there's a Robert Behar on this board. Let it be known, and I think that merits investigation in terms to address the question if there is any truly conflict of interest. The second is zoning change. We understood about the big zoning change that took place. However, I believe the process is capricious and being exploitative. Instead of having a step down from the commercial district, for example, the Sophia, to this suburban residential homeowner neighborhood, we're having a step up. This building is higher than the one further south, excuse me. So, to the building itself, 200 parking spots. Let's take the Pareto rule of 80-20. 80% of the vehicles leave in a 90-minute window on rush hour, 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Taking the queuing theory that 2 vehicles leave per minute during that 90-minute window could batch up to 10 to 15 vehicles trying to exit this building at any one time. The parking exit is right next to Madeira Avenue. There's only that one small building next to it. That's only 5 car lengths. How on earth is everybody going to leave that building? And imagine the congestion backed up on Madeira and into the building itself. Another comment on the building is sustainability. A minimum allowable setback of 10 feet to the neighbors behind is exploitative. Is there infrastructure for the water runoff? When it rains, where's all that water going to go? What about the sunlight, the perpetual shade cast on those neighbors? What about the combination of those two things, moisture and lack of sunlight? What's it going to do to the health and safety of us residents that live behind that building? And the third point to that is, why doesn't the rendering show the back of the building? Because it's one huge big wall of 3-story garage that everybody's going to be looking at. The aesthetics apparently are only Madeira. What about us? Half the people living here happen to live behind this building. Historical landmarks. I thought a historical landmark was meant to preserve a building. There are historical landmarked buildings on this property. What is the current status of those historical landmarks? Did somebody decide to take them away? Good question. I know my time's up. I just want to make sure I cover all my points.
Thank you, sir.
So, finally, just in closing, the architectural renderings, I think, are highly elusive. Madeira is not as wide as Lejeune Avenue. It's a small, narrow street. There is no infrastructure to support such a massive superimposed structure of rental apartments on our homeowner suburban community. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Jill, before you call the next speaker, can you confirm to me, because the gentleman said that Robert Behar is on the Board of Architects, is he?
Board members are only allowed to serve on one board or committee in the city of Coral Gables.
So being that he's on this board, he can't be on the Board of Architects?
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Excuse me.
He is not a member of the Board of Architects, sir.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
George Gonzalez. Mr. Chair, we have various people that have signed up after. I will notify you when they need to be sworn in.
Thank you. 1 second, please. Yes, go ahead.
Louis, can I ask a question? Are there any laws in the city that prevents a architect that lives and practices all over South Florida to serve on a board in Coral Gables? Any laws that prevent that?
No, and that's why we have situations where a project of an architect comes before this board, or if somebody's on another board, they're required to recuse themselves, which they do.
Well, normally, I'm an architect, and whenever I have to present a project on a city, I do the same thing and I recuse myself. And that is a very normal practice, and it's a legal practice.
Very normal practice.
And Mr. Chairman, there's a form that Mr. Behar has signed that documents that recusal, and it's a public document. It could be reviewed by anyone.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, sir.
No, it's quite all right. Thank you very much. My name is George Gonzalez, and I live at 9982 Southwest 27 Terrace, Miami, Florida.
Miami-Dade?
Yes, Miami-Dade. Just a comment, just on the comment, I'm going to keep my comments brief, but just on the decorum question, I felt that, and I understand, you don't like the word corruption, you don't like the word impropriety, but, Mr. Behar is wrong. You are public officials. You've taken these volunteer positions. You're going to suffer criticism. I guess my I'm objecting to is Mr. Behar's response was quite combative and even bullying. So I'll just comment on his demeanor on that question. I don't think it's conducive to open public discussion. And again, you are public officials, and sometimes the language can get sharp. It doesn't make it slander. The one comment I'll make, or 2 comments I'll make, is that
Just speak into the microphone and slow down a little bit.
Just so she can...
So she's trying to take your testimony and
Forgive
get
me, I'm sorry, I
closer.
didn't realize I wasn't speaking into the microphone. So you heard my other stuff, okay? It's just more by way of decorum.
I cannot understand what this gentleman is saying.
Forgive me, it's more by way of decorum than anything else. In any event, this is the 3rd rendering that we see of this building. So I saw one initial rendering, there was another rendering that was presented at the neighborhood meeting, and now we see a 3rd rendering. And so in other words, the real question, and this is something that I think really does press upon this committee, is the representation of the building as it sits in the neighborhood, because I do not think we're seeing an honest rendering. I think we're seeing a disingenuous rendering. I think an honest rendering would point to the fact that the building is really fundamentally incommensurate with this neighborhood. And whatever the zoning, whatever the zoning rules were set for the area, I do not think that they really are appropriate for this specific instance. And again, people have already spoken about the traffic congestion in that area, which is really already quite significant. In the neighborhood meeting, they came up with 7 visitor spots. I mean, 7 visitor spots. I mean, that's the number that I heard, that I remember from at the meeting. 7 visitor spots for 140 apartment units. I mean, those people are going to be parking on the street. Right? Where are they going to go to park? Right? I mean, it just speaks to the fact that the building is wholly incommensurate with this neighborhood. I mean, if you're going to do something like maybe by both sides of the street, a broader overhaul of the area, right? But just to plant that building in this area, just common sense. If you know that area, and I've been connected with that area for well over like 30 years through family and friends, I could tell you that that building is completely inappropriate for that area. You've had homeowners here who have direct experience, who have direct knowledge, and again, the people that are here that are speaking from the neighborhood, I haven't heard one person from the neighborhood actually speak positively. We all recognize it's going to be a total disaster. Again, the shade, the congestion already is terrible. The congestion on Madeira. Again, people have spoke even about safety measures. Again, these are very, again, if you go to the site, again, these renderings are disingenuous. The renderings that the developer is giving us are disingenuous, and this is the 3rd iteration. I mean, the idea we have to go to a neighborhood meeting and tell them, look, that's not Madeira, and they say, yeah, it's true, it's not Madeira. I mean, again, there's a disingenuousness here, there is a dishonesty here that I think this board has to really look into and think seriously about the impact of this building on this neighborhood, because I can tell you from experience, this building's incommensurate with this neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. If you please hold your, thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank Janasek.
Could I ask you to lift the microphone?
Oh, sure.
Just so the, thank you, sir.
Okay, how about that?
Your name and address, please. Thank
Sure. So my name is Frank Janasek, and I live at 4116 Southwest 16th Terrace. And I want to thank you for
That's
the
Miami-Dade?
Miami-Dade, yes, yes, right behind the building, yes. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak here. The work that you do here truly does make the city beautiful. I'd like to address why I'm here today. The proposed massive development, it abuts my family homestead. I was raised on this property. I've lived here with my parents, both of whom passed while living in this home. This is more than an investment. It's my home. I mean, it's people like us that make the neighborhood, and now our neighborhood is under assault. Although we take pride that the world has discovered Miami, which is growing by leaps and bounds, this board has a responsibility to protect the character of our historic and charming neighborhoods. 396 concerned community members signed a petition asking that the board reduce the size, the unit numbers, the footprint of this proposed development. In reaching this decision, the board might want to consider how different countries approach this. In authoritarian China, historic neighborhoods like the Hutongs are just bulldozed, unceremoniously destroyed. Neighborhoods, families, connections, no concerns for historic preservation or the impact on the existing community. Fortunately, in our country, we have set up a system that carefully studies the proposed developments, and in this case, the board is empowered to protect this neighborhood and the communities that are the very reason that the residents want to move to Miami in general, and Coral Gables in particular. The challenge is to gradually lift the density of North Gables, that's true, and while leaving the results harmonious and minimizing the externalities on those around it. The proposed development is so large in comparison to the existing structures, it results in a canopy, not a harmony. Further, Madeira is a side street, not spacious like Ponce. Building such a large, massive structure on such a side street is unusual, and for a good reason. This development does not speak to the subtle and gradually enter the neighborhood. Rather, it's just almost devours it. This is not harmonious. It will look like spot zoning. Because of its location on a narrow side street, it's not part of the downtown core. Its externalities are multiplied. as it dwarfs the single-family homes that I live in and my neighbors live in, and it chokes Madeira in rush hour traffic. I respectfully, urgently beseech the board to reopen the conversation initiated in the BOA on the sufficiency of the public benefit. To get a doubling of these allowable units, should it give back more than just the bare 25% open space? Should it max out on FAR, on height, on number of units? We know that great architecture really does make great neighbors. To qualify for more as an RAR and a PAD, though, it should be generous, to give with the community, to give and take, to smile at Coral Gables. It gives you the opportunity for profit. Some, not all of that profit you take and you give it back to the community. Unfortunately, this building, I really feel, and a lot of neighbors do, that it doesn't smile. Please send this building back to the drawing board so that it meets the intention of the RIR and the PAD. Don't just wave it through, please. We hope that the next building maybe increases Coral Gables' beauty, not decreases it, and just letting this one go through. But please take the time to insist that every building is a good neighbor and a credit to the city. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Scott Trainer, 4126 Southwest 16th Terrace, Miami-Dade County. Let me present an agenda for fairness. First, as one of the board members of the Board of Architects noted, the fair number of units for this project may lie somewhere between the 72 allowed under the MF2 zoning and the 143 allowed under the RIR and PAD. Think of the incentives for future development in the area. If assemblages of 20,000 square feet are going to trigger RIRs, and RIRs translate automatically into a doubling of units allowed, moderate assemblages with moderately increasing density will be strongly disfavored. An RIR with its accompanying doubling of units will be the new standard. This will result in buildings like this that are massive both horizontally and vertically. The goal, and I think what Coral Gables residents support, is a gradual raising of density that proceeds in a harmonious way. This occurs when 1 or 2 story buildings on single parcels give way to 4 or 5, 6-story buildings on 2 or 3 parcels. You see this, in fact, across the street from this building at 322 Madeira. Yet this kind of gradual change will be completely disincentivized if RIRs mean an automatic doubling of units and 100-foot height. With this, we get big bang development. This leaves the neighborhood looking snaggletooth, with some massive projects amid 1 and 2 story isolated parcels left behind that will never be developed into more. We get the appearance of spot zoning. Again, if RIRs and PADs mean only a modest bonus, then development can proceed at an incremental pace that will leave the North Gables harmonious. Second on the agenda of fairness is take the legal requirement seriously that to qualify for an RIR, the building must, quote, not adversely or unreasonably affect the use of other property in the area. We are all here to tell you that it does adversely affect the other property in the area. This building maxes out lot coverage, maxes out heights, maxes out units, maxes out FAR. Part of the public benefit is not causing so much public harm. With a reduction of units, the height could be reduced, the setbacks increased, the lot coverage reduced. I also note that a lot of this problems could be solved by putting the parking underground. I believe that Coral Gables residents do not have a problem with taller buildings in the Central Business District and the Ponce Corridor. However, this building is in neither. It is at least several blocks outside the Central Business District at a point no longer walking distance to Miracle Mile. Sure, let's not kid ourselves. On the weekend, residents will stroll to Miracle Mile. But weekdays, mornings, 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m., it will be a parking and traffic spectacle. So let's scale it back, say 100 units. Reduce its height, increase the setbacks, put the parking underground. True, all these proposals will reduce the profit of the developer. But as it stands, there is such enormous profit on the table that taking away some still leaves plenty of juice to get this project done. We have the chance to do this right. We have the chance to do this fair. We have a chance to do this in a way so that Coral Gables residents really think their city works for them, with them, not just goes above them. Let's take that chance. It's what's fair. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Thank you.
The following speakers need to be sworn in. David, Guillermo,
Would you please
And Kevin?
rise if your name is called to be sworn in? Can you state those names again?
David, Guillermo, and Kevin. Yes. David?
Hello, good evening. Apologize, I wish I was a little more prepared, but it's difficult. I'm not an architect, and I don't have...
Could you state your name and address for the record?
Oh,
please?
yes, David Panchina, 325 Mendoza Avenue. That is unincorporated Miami-Dade officially. Which is why, you know, I feel kind of helpless in some way because, you know, I'm not a voting resident of Coral Gables, but, you know, you talk about the community. I do live in the community. You know, you guys have tried to annex our community. I'd like to start, tonight I've learned a lot here and I've taken some notes besides the stuff that I've put together in the past, but I didn't come as prepared as I wanted to be. But I'd like to start because there was a lot of discussion by the builder on the MFSA code section, you know, how in so many ways they are obeying it, right? But I found many ways in there in which they are not. In fact, when I read just the core of it, the purpose and applicability states, the purpose of the multifamily special area district is to accommodate various forms of multifamily housing to meet the housing needs of a diverse community while ensuring that there is a transition to single-family neighborhoods which protects the integrity of those neighborhoods. It protects the integrity of those neighborhoods. This building does not. As many people have said before me, it doesn't transition. In fact, it goes higher. It completely smacks in the face more against the neighborhood, right? I recently, and one of my other neighbors also mentioned his swimming pool. I recently spent a large amount of money on solar panels, which from a solar shade study I've seen already, I know is going to block at least probably my southern exposure, my most valuable exposure in the wintertime when the sun is in the south and there's that building blocking my sun when I'm supposed to be building energy to pay for my winter energy bills. Are they going to pay my energy bills for the next 30 years? I don't believe so. Right now, my last month's bill was $9. Doing good, but after a 10-story building goes up, I don't know what'll happen. Another thing I've heard talk of is this park. And again, I think, you know, there's a lot of these renderings, like people have said, there's no room for a park on that block. I'd like to see the dimensions of it. I find it ludicrous to insinuate. Second of all, there's another property at 232 Salcedo that I believe was at one time historical. And when I first moved here, I thought it was quite charming. It had that nice Miami framing on it. It's been torn down about 5 years. It's just black construction fence. Across Ponce, there's a huge plot. I don't know the dimensions, but I bet it's an acre. And I'm pretty sure they could put a nice 10-story building there that doesn't have single-family homes abutting it. A sound planning decision? Definitely anything but. And I also want to comment briefly about your offense to the image of impropriety. People are saying that whether they have proof or not, it does smell of bad taste. And you know what? I take offense that my home was called exactly an abomination and old and decrepit. My home was built in 1992, okay? It is anything but old and decrepit, and I certainly wouldn't consider it an abomination. Second of all, I've been to the Mediterranean. I'm a ship captain. I've spent many years in the Mediterranean, and they don't tear down old homes. They preserve them. And I believe that that's what Coral Gables used to do at some point, but it doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guillermo?
Yes, good evening. My name is Guillermo Vidaurreta, currently residing at 347 Madeira Avenue. I'm a civil engineer and architecture
Coral
engineer.
Gables, correct?
Yes, Coral Gables. Civil and architecture engineering from University of Miami in '87. Came here not with an agenda to speak, but I was moved and give my 2 cents. I think the building is definitely out of scale. I live right on the corner there, overlooking Lejeune and Madeira, the only building that's going to be left there. There is always accidents. First of all, there's already a sign there of someone that passed away. In the mornings, the traffic is unbearable. It's a small street. And I think that all these units, I don't know the details, going to bring a lot more problems. I don't know if there's been traffic analysis studies done for this project. I believe that there has to be a common ground between the developers and the city. As an architecture student at the University of Miami, they taught me a lot about what the City Beautiful was all about. And looking at these renderings, I don't think that this building is within scale of the surroundings. It's completely out of scale. It's a massive structure that really doesn't have any character. And I think that really you guys should reconsider your points. So, like I said, I wasn't ready to speak. I just felt moved and gave my 2 cents. Thank you very much for your time, and hopefully you guys will make the right decision. You know, the area needs to be developed, but I think that currently the way it is just too big. You know, there has to be a common ground between the developer and the city and also the community around it so that everybody is happy about it. Right now, that building is just too massive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Kevin?
Thank you. My name is Kevin Shea. I live on 322 Madeira Avenue. My wife just spoke earlier. We've been there for 5 years, and I'm only going to speak on one particular point because I think you can't solve it. The street cannot handle that huge building. I go out on Lejeune, and many times I take a left, and it's very dangerous, but sometimes I take a right and do a U-turn. The problem is now, with COVID, it's not the traffic it was 5 years ago. When everything gets back to normal, it's going to be brutal. The street isn't that wide. The traffic, you can imagine, it's 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, people are coming out. You're increasing the population fourfold from what it is now across that street, and it's just not going to work. So imagine, like at the end of Madeira going on to Lejeune, if somebody parks near the end, you could hardly get out. It's really just a one-way narrow street. Okay, big truck, he's going to move out, he's going slow. He's got to wait for a lot of traffic. Now you got people, 10, 15 cars, what are they going to do? They're going to turn and go the other way. They're going to get off Madeira. You cause all the other streets to have problems. I don't know how you solve it. It just is too much for that street. The building can't take that population. So one other speaker previously had a good point. When there's emergency vehicles coming down, it's going to be jammed up. There will be accidents. It's just my thought, because I've just seen how bad it is when traffic gets back to normal. So I would say you really got to tone that down or just not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any more?
No, the rest will be via Zoom.
Okay. How many do we have on Zoom?
We have 6 right now.
Okay.
Someone else just joined and would like to speak on this item. Ms. Cruz?
Is Ms. Cruz there?
If If all the speakers via Zoom could raise their hands, please. Use the feature.
¿Ya me pusiste?
Yes, Ms. Cruz?
Yes,
Can you open your camera, please?
it's open.
Ms. Cruz, if you'd like to be sworn in, we're going to need to visually see you.
Okay, I'm here. I just opened it.
Thank you. We're going to swear you in.
I do.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening. My name is Maria Cruz, 1947 Miller Road. I've been a resident of Coral Gables since 1976. Of course, you can see by my address, I do not live in the area. But I have been known for taking interest in everything that happens in our city beautiful. I've listened very carefully, everybody who spoke tonight. It was very interesting. The only 2 or 3 people that support this project are people that do not live in the area. They do own property and they will benefit if this goes through because, of course, they'll be able to also build something similar. So you listen to a whole bunch of people that will be really affected. They've been very clear that they're not opposed to a building. They're opposed to this humongous building that's being proposed that's going to really affect their neighborhood. In listening, I also realized that we're talking about compatibility. How could this be compatible? This doesn't fit there. And you know what? I do remember looking at the plans. And yes, they're the side, the part that you don't see, the part that they don't show you is a complete solid wall that they will be facing. Now, we talked about encroachment. Yes, why should we allow any encroachment? They want everything plus more. They don't want to do what the staff told them that they needed to do. They want encroachment. They want every benefit so they can make more money. That's the bottom line. And the last comment I have to say is that respect goes both ways. And when you have a member of the board that speaks in a way that is abusive and demeaning to the rest of the people, that does not show respect. And I'm sorry, it's time for people to leave their bullying behavior home and treat people the right way. That's what we do in the city. That's what we're known for. We can have different ideas, but we don't have to bully anybody. And I'm sorry, this project does not fit there. And the best thing you can do is send it back, tell them to make it more compatible and make sure that it fits in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Baños?
She took me off for her.
The mic is open.
I tried to speak before, but I couldn't speak. All right. Thank you very much, board members. I just wanted you to hear from a resident of Coral
Could you
Gables.
state your name and address for the record, please?
I was about to do that, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. Javier Baños Machado. I live at the intersection of Casilla and Madeira on 1801 Casilla Street. Okay. My Madeira runs right by my house. I travel east in order for me to go to work. and I pass through Madeira all the way through the North Gables to go to my place of work and then come back. I want you to hear from a Gables resident who does utilize the street on a regular basis. I can tell you it is a very narrow street. Okay? It doesn't have the promenades, the space that apparently was illustrated on the project. I'm not sure I'm going to add more to what has been said before, but understand.
Mr. Banos, if you don't mind, we needed to
It's his choice.
swear
If he
you
just
in.
if he just wants to speak, it's
Okay.
just not.
Would you like to be sworn in, Mr. Banos, or are you good the way it is?
To the convenience of the chairman, I raised my hands. I was instructed before while you were swearing in Maria. So I think I'm sworn in already, but I don't care.
We would have to visually see you, so it's up to you, sir.
You can just hear my comment. I think
you, sir.
You'll take it into consideration either way, okay? But Mr. Chairman, and with all due deference, I respect everyone who dedicates their time to serve these boards. It is sometimes the commentary is unfair, although I do want to clarify, you're all public figures, respective of what anybody may say. And I understand some of it, it's not always proper. I received plenty of negative commentary in my tenure in other boards. But in this particular case, you have adjacent neighbors. They may be living in the county, but they're neighbors just like they will be your neighbors in Coral Gables, who will be negatively affected by this project. I think the commentary at the very inception that this is what the city wishes for the North Gables, I don't think anyone who was in those original charrettes who was in that process envisioned this. The park is too small. There's not enough benefit to the public. The building is just out of scale with the surroundings. It is not Mediterranean. No one can possibly think it's Mediterranean. Now, does the North Gables need an improvement? Absolutely. It is some version of this building in some a structure, a positive way to move into the future of the North Gables. That is very possible. But I don't think the residents are asking for you to deny this project completely, but just to scale it back and scale it down to something that is more in line with what at least us as Coral Gables residents would hope exists in North Gables. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your effort. I appreciate your public service. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Karen Shane.
Hi, sorry about the phone ringing in the background.
Would you like to be sworn in? If you would, please raise your right hand.
Sure.
She can't hear you. You'd have to speak into the microphone.
Can you just repeat?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you'd start with your name and address, please. Thank you.
Yes. My name is, Karen Shane. My address is 4375 Southwest 13th Street in Little Gables. I've been a long-time resident of Little Gables and have served as the president of the neighborhood association for over 20 years. At this time, we are not Coral Gables residents. However, I can only speak as a resident of Little Gables. Developers are looking to construct a 9-story building on the property where 6 2-story apartment buildings and 2 vacant lots now sit, right behind our neighbors who live on Southwest 16th Terrace. Not only will the demolition and construction create an enormous disturbance to the lives of our fellow residents, the enormity of the building, towering 100 feet in the air, will block out sunlight for them most of the year. Several of the affected properties have pools and lots of trees and old growth vegetation that will lose its source of sunlight and solar panels. In addition, the vents from the parking garages are being directed out the back of the building in the direction of people's backyards, which will be only 10 feet away. We are quite disturbed by the enormity of this proposed project. The choice for this location was with total disregard to how it will affect the shallow, single-family properties immediately behind the project. 9 stories overshadowing 1-story single-family and duplex homes. Who does this serve? To say that we're disturbed by the enormity of the project is an understatement, and we respectfully request a reduction in size in line with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Brett Gillis. Mr. Gillis.
Hello, Brett Gillis, 915 Ferdinand Street. So I sit here and I listen, and I'm a Gables resident. It really breaks my heart to hear the things that our neighbors, maybe not in the same city, but our neighbors are coming forward with. I mean, I remember the Douglas Station project that went up. That wasn't supposedly under Gables jurisdiction, how mad and frustrated many of our residents were. And now we're going to turn around and do something to the Little Gables. I can see why people from that area opposed the annexation that the city of Coral Gables was trying to put forward. And I think that you really need to take a good look at this project and try to improve it. I take issue with the P&Z report. I object to it. I do not believe that there's sufficient public benefit for a pad to be approved here. I think that we need more step backs, step downs, and articulation to this project to have it qualify for Mediterranean architecture, especially the Mediterranean bonus 2. We're talking buildings like the Biltmore, Fink Studio, Coral Gables City Hall. This building doesn't hold a candle to them. I don't understand how this could have even made it this far. Whenever we talk about buildings reaching their lifespan that somebody was speaking about earlier, I think, you go to Europe, they're preserving buildings. In the Middle East, we have buildings going back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. So to think a building that's 50 or 70 years old to be on its lifespan is ridiculous. We need good architecture in Coral Gables. So I would ask you to really go back and look at this. And my final point, I would just like to know, somebody else brought it up and I haven't heard an answer from staff yet. 335 and 341 Madeira. I'm looking at a letter here from the preservation officer that they did meet the minimum criteria. I'm just wondering when that public hearing is going to be so that the residents can come and try to save these buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Simone Segredo.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Would you please raise your right hand if you want to be sworn in?
Yes.
The other way. There you
I'm
go.
trying. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. If you could state your name and address again, please, for the record.
Sure. My name is Simone Segredo. I live at 432 Madeira Avenue. I'm not a proponent of the size, the height, and the number of units of the building. It doesn't fit the scale of the area, especially the surrounding buildings and homes. I mean, this is not downtown Coral Gables. These are the outskirts, and it's supposed to be, a quiet residential neighborhood. I moved here in early 2020 with the expectation that Coral Gables would keep its character. The small streets are not made for the size of the building. They're not made for the amount of traffic. Even now, I have a very hard time even leaving my house in the morning. I live across the street on Madeira, the other side of Lejeune, and people use it as a cut through. There are people coming, making a left, making a right, cutting off people. And that's without another 100 units in the area. The parking is abysmal. There's a real issue with the traffic. And if it's just too large a building to put there. And if any size building goes in there, and even right now, we need a traffic light there. I mean, it's pretty dangerous. And I don't think that we can continue growing the amount of residents within the area without addressing the infrastructure. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Linda Fernandez.
Hello?
Yes, hi. If you'd like to be sworn in, would you raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Linda Fernandez, and I'm a Coral Gables resident at 817 Minorca. And I don't live anywhere near that, but I do understand the concern of nearby residents that this project seems to be way out of scale for the kind of neighborhood it's in. And actually, you know, one of the nice things about Coral Gables, I've been here since 2019 as a resident, is that when you drive into Coral Gables from elsewhere in Miami, you breathe a sigh of relief, especially in residential neighborhoods. It's calm, it's green, it's not dense. And I can understand where in certain areas you may want more apartments. Now, the question is, are these going to be affordable apartments? They talk about quality. Does that mean they're going to be luxury? And once again today in our mail, received a postcard from a real estate agent who starts out, I work with cash buyers from all over the world who want to purchase a home in Coral Gables. Okay, so is this money laundering money that's coming in? There's a whole lot of it that goes up A1A. There's a need for affordable housing, but there's also a need to, if you're going to increase size, that you do it in a moderate fashion. And I have to let you know that back in the late 70s, I lived in Rio de Janeiro, and everybody's, oh, Rio de Janeiro. Well, guess what? Rio de Janeiro has no alleys, no parking. People park on the sidewalks. The buildings go up 9, 10, 11 stories next to each other, and it's created an urban heat island. So I think Coral Gables residents have some concern that once you start these RIRs and are building bigger and bigger apartment buildings, that there's a concern that it gets out of hand, and then you lose the character of Coral Gables. And you know, there needs to be progress, but it doesn't need to be made at the expense of the local residents. And that's it. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have someone on the phone that wants to speak.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Carelia Martinez Carbonell. I live on 532 Altera Avenue, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. I am currently its president. And I'd like to, there's a letter that was submitted, but I'd like to read part of it for the record. On behalf of the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables, please accept the letter on file in opposition to the proposed development at 301 Madeira Avenue. The proposal does not continue to support George Merrick's vision consistent with the established historic building fabric of the city. And as such, the proposal should not be awarded the Mediterranean bonus. Sadly, two 1920s garden-style apartment buildings designed by noted architect H.C. Schweb are slated to be demolished as part of the project, only to be replaced by a 143-unit nondescript building that will further add traffic congestion and disharmony to the original built environment of the area. The Historic Preservation Association would or asks the Planning and Zoning Board to reject the Madeira Avenue proposal as submitted, and please heed to the neighbors that are speaking in opposition. It's important, and the developer doesn't live in the area, but the neighbors do. So please take heed on that. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Jill?
No more speakers.
Seeing that there's no more speakers at this time, I'll go ahead and close for public comment. Mario?
Chair, members of the board, thank you very much for your patience through this process. I'll try to be brief with the rebuttal. If we could also have control of the screen to show some exhibits, please. We'll put a few exhibits up on the board. I think my most important message to the board right now is that, remember, as part of this process, this quasi-judicial process, your decision needs to be based on facts and on fact-based testimony. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. Whatever decision you make here today has to be based on testimony that is supported by facts. You see situations like Mr. Pacina references how this isn't consistent with the MFSA zoning. The MFSA zoning district is not applicable here. This is MF2 zoning. The MFSA zoning district actually doesn't exist anymore. When it did exist, it existed in an other area of the city close to the area around Valencia Avenue and Biltmore Way. There's mention of no projects ever previously being approved pursuant to these regulations. There were, at least to my knowledge, 3 other projects approved pursuant to these regulations, one on Zamora, one on Santa Ynez, one on Sedonia, which this board itself reviewed all of these 3 previous projects. You keep on hearing mentions of out of scale. So what helps to determine scale? You would think that what the zoning district dictates as far as scale is concerned, both on height and on FAR, as permitted under both the existing MF2 zoning as well as the overlay zoning, is indicative of what the appropriate scale is, and we are within that scale. You look around to the other contexts. We'll come back to that later. Let me just go to right here. You heard mention of this building being bigger than other buildings further to the south, specifically the Sophia. It's just not accurate. This building's proposed to be 100 feet in height. If you look here, you'll see the Sophia is considerably further to the south, about 2 blocks, considerably higher, reaching up to, I believe, 190 feet in height. Look at the other buildings across the street, 85 feet, 77 feet, and further blocks south, all within striking distance of what this building is proposed on. You look at Ponce, there's going to be more intense and greater height on Ponce also. You heard discussion about how this building could potentially cast a shadow for blocks and blocks. Again, just not supported by the facts. Look at the shadow study. Anybody can do these shadow studies. In March, 9 o'clock in the morning, that is where the shadow is. Still very much within the property itself, as well as encroaching some of the abutting properties, but certainly not blocks, as were mentioned here. This is at noon. This is at 4 p.m. This is in the summer, 9 a.m., 12, 4 p.m. The shadow's not blocking any solar panels. It's not condemning anybody to be in the shade, in the shadow forever. September, very similar to March. December, indeed, there is a longer shadow. This is December. It's that time of year where almost every building is throwing off shadows in Miami-Dade County.
Sir, if you would please. Thank you, sir.
Again, the shadow studies do not lie. There was a lot of talk about the same area of the city was proposed to be, the same area of unincorporated Dade County, Little Gables, was proposed to be annexed into Coral Gables, and I think was supported by a great number of the people who live and own property within Little Gables. And here's from the application of the city to annex this part of the city. And as you can see, they were proposing the same exact comprehensive plan land use designation as we have. Multifamily medium was going to be proposed for this area to the immediate north of this property, which is now within unincorporated Dade. The same zoning was being proposed for this area east of Lejeune and Little Gables in unincorporated Dade called MF2 zoning. It would have also been included within the residential infill regulations, just as that code requires that properties within that geographic area be included. When all this was proposed, no one complained. No one complained at that point in time that this zoning is inappropriate, this zoning isn't right, because it was potentially being applied also to this neighborhood. Now, of course, there are complaints about it because they are not currently annexed into the city of Coral Gables. There's even been an assemblage of properties within this area. Immediately to our north, Mr. Janisic, who you heard, has assembled these 5 properties under different ownership, assembled them essentially in the hopes of future development. This has even been, to my knowledge, because realtors have asked me about it, been assembled as a potential redevelopment site and marketed as one. There was even brief discussions between my client and him over potential acquisition of this property. There's been discussions on other things, such as utility upgrades. There is already an anticipation that even in this area of Little Gables, in the unincorporated area, that there will be redevelopment, and there is an assemblage of properties that are going on. Go back over here. Traffic. The city has very rigorous traffic regulations. Projects that generate more than 50 peak hour trips are required to go through a more significant traffic study process. This one did not generate more than 50 additional peak hour trips. We have our traffic consultant here who can discuss further about it if you like. But on top of that, because of the issues and the complaints and the objections that we've heard and the observations that we've heard, we're going above and beyond. And even though no traffic study is recommending it or requiring it, proffering to do a dedicated right-hand turn lane to help with that congestion at Madeira and Lejeune. Stormwater runoff. There were talks about how this would flood the other properties. There's no building permit in the world, at least no building permit in Coral Gables certainly that will be issued unless we establish by proper engineering how we could drain all of our stormwater runoff. People are questioning Mediterranean design. Well, what's the board that's supposed to approve Mediterranean design in the city? It's the Board of Architects, and the Board of Architects granted Mediterranean design approval. We have to have some faith in those experts. We have to have some faith in those facts. Staff recommendation did evolve. You know why it evolved? Because the project changed. At one point, this project was actually a story higher and was at 168 units to the acre. With time, it evolved, and the staff's analysis of the project changed, also resulting in the recommendation of approval that we have today. The last point, I think the board has already sufficiently addressed it, but what's going on here today is appropriate. Mr. Behar, I've known for a long time. I've had the privilege of working with Mr. Behar for a long time. He's an honest, honorable person, hardworking person, has served the city well, has served the city in multiple capacities on multiple boards, all as a volunteer. And whenever he's had a project come before this board, he has recused himself. What's appropriate here is to not let personality attacks get in the way. Let's talk about facts. Let's talk about proper planning. Let's talk about goals, plans, long-term plans for the city. And if you look at all that, I think you have to come to the conclusion that attacks on personality, going around saying that this is going to cast a shadow for blocks and so forth, are just attempts to try to discredit the project. People may not like it. People may feel that it's too big. It is not supported by the facts. It's not supported by the code. It's not supported by the law. And what we have to do here today, and I know it's very hard. I know it's very hard when you have a room full of people objecting to you. You have to go with what's right for the city based on its code and based on sound planning. With that said, I'll conclude my presentation. We're here available for questions and comments, of course, and anything else you might need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alex?
I just have one simple question. In regards to parking, all the individuals who spoke today, they seem to be concerned with parking. How many parkings are allotted, and more importantly for guests, which I think is what will be taking up most of the street parking?
Okay. So right now there are 212 parking spaces. I believe 210 are required. In the city of Coral Gables, there is, unlike in other jurisdictions, there is no requirement on a specific percentage or amount of visitor parking. It's left really up to the owner to decide how to allot between residents and visitors. That said, in our case, we're willing to do several things to try to improve upon that situation. One of them is to designate visitor parking. Somewhere on the ground floor, close to the lobby, there's an area there where we could potentially designate a certain number of parking spaces so everyone has the assurance that those spaces are there for visitors only. We also potentially could, let me see if I can find it here. You're looking at this is an alternative second floor plan. As you could see, we could remove the units that line the parking garage at that point and introduce some more parking spaces for tandem parking on both the second and the third floors. If we were to do that, it would increase the amount of parking overall by 27 parking spaces, to potentially give more parking. It, of course, comes at the consequence of not having a habitable liner space. We could potentially, though, treat it in such a manner architecturally that it is still concealing the parking and looks like a habitable liner space. That, I think, hopefully is sufficient answer to your question.
And my last one, because it seems that, again, that everyone spoke, they had two main concerns, traffic and parking. You said you had a traffic study done. If we can get like some sort of like synopsis of what that study.
I'll ask the traffic consultant, Mr. John McWilliams, to come up, and it was a traffic generation statement that was done. That's what's required by the code.
Good evening, board members. John McWilliams with Kimley Horn and Associates, offices at 355 Alhambra, have been sworn in, and I will sign in after this. So a few years back, the city changed their regulations for traffic impact studies, and one of the changes was they established a minimum threshold in which a traffic study would be performed, and that is 50 peak hour trips, net new peak hour trips. And because of the number of units that already exist on that street, in the number of units we're proposing, the project does not generate more than 50 net new peak hour trips. Therefore, a study was not performed. I will mention this: previous to that regulation, this project was also before the city, where a traffic study was required, and we did perform one at that time. And at that time, we did not determine that the project was creating any adverse traffic conditions based upon the city code.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
That's it.
Louis?
A couple of questions. I heard before that for a long period of time, years, the city had been doing research and implementing the PAD and the RIR. How many years did that go through?
Well, the initial studies at North Pond started in 2002. And then the most recent effort, Ramon, I think would have been 2015 probably, is when it started, resulting in the ordinances that were adopted in around 2017.
And were there public meetings? The public was invited. Were there charrettes,
Yes, sir.
neighborhood meetings?
Multiple. And there were also public hearings at the commission, and eventually the commission adopted the rules that the attorney described so accurately. One of those issues was the extra density. That was a decision of the city commission.
How many hearings did the project had at the Board of Architects?
This project at the Board of Architects, I want to say in total, 7.
The project went 7 times to the Board of Architects.
Correct.
And eventually they got what is right now written in the code in terms of met
Right.
bonuses and qualification for PAD and RIR.
Right.
If you were to reduce or increase the parking as Alex was and you were presenting, how many less units would the project have if you were to take out those units and increase parking, so some of the concerns about the parking hopefully will mitigate it?
Well, potentially those 2 units could be made up somewhere else in the building by changing the configuration of number of rooms. I see Mr. Trias getting up, and Mr. Trias mentioned to me right now that he felt
That option is not possible. If the project does not provide a liner, then the project does not qualify for the extra density on the R9.
But I think they were talking about providing the liner. Couldn't you provide the liner to look identical, just no residence behind it?
No, sir.
Okay.
Well, my question was, and I don't want to meddle with the Board of Architects, but I was not clear. If you were going to take the liner units and leave the facade exactly as the Board of Architects approved it, which it's not something as an architect I like to do, I dislike to do it. It's like Disney architecture. But if the facade was exactly the same as the Board of Architects approved, and you would provide additional parking, are you guys saying that the density would remain the same because you would allocate those units somewhere else?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Are there any historic designated structures on the site right now?
I would like the director or someone to explain the status of this historic designation. I know it, but I'd rather them come up and speak to it.
Good evening, Warren Adams. I'm Preservation Officer for the City of Coral Gables. Prior to the demolition of any properties in the city, the applicant must submit what is called a determination for historic significance, where my office looks at the property to see if there is any historic significance and if a designation should be made for those properties. The main properties that were discussed, I believe, were 341 and 335. These properties were actually reviewed by the Historic Preservation Board back in 2005. At that time, the Historic Preservation Board, not staff, the actual board, determined that these properties should not be designated. Letters were issued. These letters are valid for a period of 18 months. The letters were reissued in 2015, saying the same thing, in 2018, saying the same thing, in 2020, saying the same thing. I recently reissued those letters because really there has been no change to the properties. The properties are now as they were back in 2005. At no point since 2005 could I find any appeals against these letters. Could I find any applications for designations for these properties? In fact, it was really only in the past 2 months where we received 3 designation applications for these 2 properties. My determination was, and that the letters are being issued as we speak, my determination was that these properties hadn't changed since the Preservation Board made their initial decision, and therefore the board's opinion still stands on these properties. There are 4 other properties on there, all of which were reviewed at various points over the past few years, and letters were issued saying that in the opinion of the then preservation officer, they did not merit historic designation either.
Thank you. Is this property meeting all the zoning code requirements?
It's complying with all the requirements of the MF2 and the RAR, with the exception of those encroachments within the step back for the terraces on the front and the stoops at the ground level.
And is the applicant requesting variances for those?
As part of the PAD, we could request that relaxation of those requirements.
Other than that, you guys are not requesting extra density, extra height? No. Nothing like that?
But let me be clear. The design features that they have, such as the liner, the active liner in front of the parking garage, are requirements of the 100 units per acre density. So those are not an option to remove them. If they were to be removed, then the project would no longer qualify for the infill regulations.
Understood. I personally, as an architect, Ramon, don't have a problem when you have terraces or steps at the ground level, because I think they add to the urban context, to the European feel, and I don't have a problem with that. What is the position of staff?
The objection is not to that. That, in my view, if the applicant truly believes that that enhances the project through the PAD process, that's possible to do. The issue that I was raising was the idea that somehow you could have additional parking by removing the liner units. If you do that, then you no longer qualify for the infill regulations.
I understand what you're saying.
That was only the clarification.
Did the Board of Architects had any comments on the steps or the balcony encroachments?
I don't recall specifically, but they did approve the project, so I
just think it adds to the...
Could I ask, just piggybacking something, how deep are those balconies?
Guillermo? 6'5" or the depth of the balconies.
And you're suggesting that they're encroaching forward by how much?
I don't recall exactly the number of feet. We'll check. We'll
Okay,
check.
if we can get a number, we'll
we'll check.
continue. I'm sorry.
In the zoning code, what is the, and I apologize for not being familiar with it, what is the maximum encroachment in the zoning code for any kind of encroachment of balconies or overhangs or architectural features in any other classification?
The maximum, I think that what happens is they tend to be within the property, and there's a 9-inch encroachment that is allowed without any specific encroachment request. However, the applicants sometimes do request an encroachment agreement with the city in some specific cases, and it has to do with design.
Okay, thank you very much.
In my recollection, just to try to best inform that, I believe, and I haven't looked at it lately, but I think in the MX regulations, if it's zoned MX, I believe 3 feet you can encroach with the balconies.
Sometimes it's a percentage in other municipalities or a set number, like City of Miami is 3 feet, totally arbitrary number. So I don't know. Whenever you get a chance, if I can get it.
But one point to make also, where we're encroaching, it's not in setback, but in step back.
Yeah, that's right. It's within their property. It's not. They're not encroaching into the right.
No, it's clear. There's an encroachment in the setback, and normally
step back.
It's
step back.
Correct.
Right.
Step back.
Right.
So that is why if they do think that that's the best design, I would not have an objection to it. It's just that it's part of the PAD exceptions.
And this is towards the street, right? This is not through the side or the back.
Right.
And the assemblage that this property has, does it meet the city requirements for assemblage? I mean, it's not exceeding any requirement of assemblage?
The minimum for the RIR is 20,000 square feet, and the minimum for a PAD is an acre. And this one is at 1.45 acres.
Is there does the city have a maximum, like the city of Miami does, of assemblage to try to control bulk and development?
No, sir, no.
All right, well, that's another discussion for another time, because obviously you listen to the neighbors. As you were pointing out, we have to basically analyze the facts. We cannot make up our own laws, or we can't do that. We have to follow the established laws and the zoning laws. It's very difficult to tell somebody that buys a piece of property with a certain law and regulation, and then for them to come here and say, well, we don't agree, you can't do this. And you listen to the neighbors, I mean, and they have some very concerning valid points, but if the city spends so much time in years in analyzing the PAD, the RIR, the density and the intensity of development in this area, and people were advised that they were communicated that these meetings were taking place, it's hard. It's difficult to listen to the complaints of the neighbors and say, well, you have a single-family home next to a property that's going to be now this size. I understand their plight, but the fact of the matter is that there are zoning laws and regulations. There have been studies that have been done for over the years. There has been announcements and public announcements for people to come to these meetings and address their concerns and oppose it. And I think when it gets to this point, as council pointed out for the applicant, we basically have to take what we have to work with, which are the laws that are established, and have to make our decision based on that, not in just some emotional or arbitrary mode. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks. Vinny?
I don't have any questions for...
Can you lower your mic, please? Thank you.
I don't have questions for Mr. Garcia Serra, but I do have two questions, two folks that spoke. I just wanted to get the information. The gentleman, I believe, was from Miami Beach, spoke very specifically about the things that have happened. I wanted to see what his credentials and connection to the project were, if you don't mind. And also the gentleman from, I believe it was Winter Park, spoke very eloquently as well. I'd like to see if those two would tell us the connection to the project, because those spoke very thoroughly, and just wanted to hear those. Credentials and connection to the project, please.
My name's Daniel Vetia. I sat on the planning board for Miami Beach for 8 years, focused on the North Beach area, and we went through a similar planning process for 2 decades. We recently went through an FAR increase and hired Dover Cole to do a master plan for North Beach, and this area in itself warrants a lot of the same similarities of trying to balance the needs of the community and also improve the housing stock on the Madeira Island, so it's a little bit more of a serious matter. I'm not hired by this project team, but I am familiar with the family, and I am very interested in what's going on in the North Ponds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the other gentleman?
I believe it was from Winter Park.
My name is Dan Pelly, and I am best friends with Frank Janicek and Scott Trenor, who live next to this project. I'm an attorney. I have some expertise in this matter. I drove all the way from Winter Park, which is a 5-hour drive just to be here tonight. Based on my familiarity, this board is ignoring the record. As I mentioned, there seems to be a lot of irregularities here, to be frank. And the staff reports are inherently inconsistent. You've got to take a look at the...
I want to say this. I wanted to hear that. We have a time allotment for getting through this meeting, so I apologize, but I think if you're going to say what you already said, if you could just close the conversation. Thank you.
If you're going to ignore the staff's own reports, and if you don't look into why there were changes, by definition, that is arbitrary and capricious. That is a basis for filing a lawsuit to have the courts review this. And that's our intention right now, because you cannot have a staff report saying one thing in 2021 and then doing an about face in 2022 without explaining it. We looked at these 2 staff reports. It is utterly disingenuous, incomplete, and dishonest. So that's what our plan is.
I didn't mean to give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could clarify the comments, there's only one staff report, which is the one you have right now. He may be referring to an earlier draft of an earlier project that was submitted with the BOA, and that was a process that we used to do in the past. That is not the staff report for you, and that does not represent the recommendation. I do not understand why he continues to make that point.
Thank you. Benny?
No, I don't have no further comments. Are we going to close the...
I'd like to ask a couple of
Oh,
questions.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
If I may.
More comments after you're finished, if you don't mind.
Why don't you go?
Well, number one is, in terms, if a project and a property comes to the city multiple times, is what this gentleman's saying is that this board basically has to pay attention to every single one of those reports that came before? I've never heard that before.
No, sir. All you have to do is take the information that is given to you during this meeting and make a determination. The project went 7 times? 7 times to the Board of Architects. Why? Because the Board of Architects was not satisfied with the design. The design changed substantially, not only in terms of the architectural design, but also in terms of the number of units and other things. Through a period of maybe a year at least?
More now.
More than a year. So that's what happened. So now you have to consider the current proposal. The current proposal is before you. It's very clearly explained by the applicant, and it was analyzed by the staff report that was provided to you.
And it was a different proposal than what the original draft was made.
Yes, sir.
I have a great problem when people make the allegations that, we're corrupt, that we're dishonest, that we're ignoring stuff, when I believe we should have enough legal counsel here to basically discredit those statements that are being made on the record, in my opinion. Alex, you're an attorney, we have a city council. I don't understand. I'm an architect, I'm just a dumb architect, but when I hear things like that, and of course, I'm an architect, I have the right to practice in the city of Coral Gables, and if I bring something here, I just need to recuse myself, and that's perfectly legal. If I want to be called corrupt for doing that, I also take exception to that.
Mr. Chairman, I think you should take everybody's input and listen to it, and then make a decision based on that, plus the professional input from staff and the application of and the explanation by the applicant.
Understood. Ramon, a couple of questions. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. There has been mention of many renderings that have come before many boards of this project, whether it was one rendering and then the next one and the next one. Can you explain to us a little bit about the process or how we got here with the renderings? And
Sure, and I think that the renderings, which I understand to be the perspective drawings that are shown, may be not as clear as some of the, at least to me, as the elevation or the floor plan drawings, which are more accurate from the point of view of an architect and a planner. So both drawings have been provided, and I think it's up to the people reviewing those drawings to choose which one explains the project better. I haven't seen anything that is dishonest about any of the representations.
But for example, through all the phases that it has gone before the Board of Architects, I have to assume that the renderings and so forth progress to what they are today through the comments that the Board of Architects makes.
Yes, and the issue again is that there's a distinction between a rendering and an elevation and a floor plan and a site plan.
Understood.
And both are always provided, and both change depending on the changes that are proposed by the applicant. This project has a long history, and at the beginning, it was more ambitious in terms of numbers of units and so on than it is today. So that's what happened, and hopefully at this point, you're able to look at that and make a decision.
Well, if I may add, it is my understanding that the zoning review is based on plans and elevations and sections.
Yes, sir.
Zoning reviews, to my understanding, are never based on a rendering.
That's right.
I just want to make sure that if all the legal minds here agree with that, that's my understanding as an architect.
There was talk about rainwater and containing rainwater within the property. It's my understanding that recently the city of Coral Gables has even determined that all plans that are coming before it are going to DERM, which is something new for the rainwater and retention. Is that correct?
The building permit will not be issued in the city until DERM's reviewed and done their environmental review.
So now
including
this
stormwater
specific
management.
project will be going to DERM, as would a single-family home that's being done.
Most definitely.
Okay. So there's another set of professionals that will be looking at that. Okay. As far as the talk about the Mediterranean bonus and the Mediterranean style, the way I look at it is that is up to the Board of Architects. In this board here, I think we have two architects that sit on the board, Robert Behar and Lewis. But the determination for Mediterranean bonuses as it stands now is given by the Board of Architects. That's not under our domain. Is that correct, or am I incorrect at that?
I would agree with you. The code designates the Board of Architects as the body that approves or disapproves Mediterranean design, and they've approved it in this case.
Now there is talk about changing the Mediterranean and so forth. It's even in our agenda for today for later. But as it stands now, it is up to the Board of Architects to make that determination. And as such, this has gone, if it's gone 6 or 7 times to the Board of Architects, can I say you've gone there 2 years, 3 years? Or
I believe the first approval of the Board of Architects was in the report. I believe it was in January of 19, actually.
Mr. Chairman, let me clarify that in this infill regulations,
right,
Mediterranean doesn't give you any extra height.
Correct.
Okay, this is a requirement to be able to match the 100 feet, so it's a bit different than the usual.
Okay, understood. For me, as far as the stoops and the entrance from the street, aesthetically for me, I like that because it gives you a hometown feel, and it makes it look more as it would relate on the ground level to other streets. And I think in certain areas, the city has promoted that in row housing and so forth, hadn't they?
I believe so. Mhm.
Okay. As far as the balconies within the setback or the step back, I apologize. Did we get a determination on a number of how much we are or are not?
Balconies and terraces, 5 feet, are encroaching into the step back.
The balconies itself
Correct.
are encroaching. Okay. And is there a way to figure out how to add more visitor parking to this project?
I think the question is, how do we designate visitor parking? Right now, there's no requirement in the code to designate visitor parking, and we are proffering, if this board agrees with it, to designate visitor parking on the ground floor in an area. I'm not sure if we can still show this on the screen, but there we go. Okay, let me see here if the mouse is working. Okay. Cursor isn't cooperating, but on the far right side of the parking area is in white up there on the screen. There is an area where there is disabled parking as well as regular parking spaces in close proximity to the lobby. We could designate a certain number of those visitor parking. You know, it's hard to figure out what exactly is the right number, 10 perhaps, so that there is a designated area there. There, of course, will be other parking areas within the parking garage that are open to visitors, but these will be specifically designated for just visitors.
And how will that be monitored?
Well, there's going to be a management company on the property, so they will enforce that.
They will enforce that.
And they will be labeled.
Excuse me?
They will be labeled visitor.
Yes.
Do you have a loading area inside the building?
Yes, there is a loading area. It's on the left part of the screen. Left part of the, right? Okay, there you go. It's a light shade of gray right off the entrance, the opening on the right.
And the trash you are
Also, the trash
maintaining inside
goes
the trash
within
comes in.
goes within the first floor completely, picks up the trash, and then comes back out.
And that's obviously air conditioned as is required.
Right.
And it's also
trash room.
screened.
Correct.
Any other comments? Anybody like to make a motion?
I think we're supposed to have, I thought we were doing our comments within ourselves, not through that's why I haven't made any comments.
No.
I thought we were going to close the public hearing and then just have our comments. I apologize.
No,
And I
not a
haven't heard
problem.
from Mr.
Thank you, Mario.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, one very minor thing. With regard to the historic preservation designation of those two properties mentioned by the historic preservation officer, I've been advised by the city attorney's office that the 2005 determination, which was the determination by the board itself, did not have an expiration date and would only be subject to if there was a material change. I think the applicant has, an abundance of caution, sought renewals as well. So two different ways that they've preserved their non-historic designation for those properties, if I've accurately explained it.
I'm in agreement. The board made its decision. No circumstances have changed. At the same time, we've consistently always renewed what are called the historic determination letters, so that today we have valid historic determination letters for each property, which determine that none of them are historically significant.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and close it and open up to comment. Vinny? I'm going to let you.
A lot to unpack. I always like to take these opportunities to, when these projects are significant and worthy of this, a lot of discussion, to use them to hopefully better what happens in the city. So I think from my standpoint, what I say and what I see and hear is to improve what's better for the future. And I think this is a stepping stone towards that, because I think we learn a lot what's right and wrong. This RIR, which is residential infill regulation, I wasn't really too involved or knew much about it, but it does give certain rights that are doubling the density. So that, I'll say that first. I want to say a couple of things first, but one of the most important things is that this is a recommending body, and I heard somebody, and I always say this to people because I want to make sure they understand. We're not voting for a project, approving a project. We're recommending to the commission what we feel should be an up or a down vote. We're recommending to the commission, whether it's split vote or majority vote, it's a recommendation from this body. So, you know, and we speak sometimes from our own experience. The fact that some of us are architects or developers doesn't mean we have any interest in anything we're doing. I think that if you were to have any type of board that deals with dentistry or psychology, they would have psychologists and dentists on that board, make those recommendations. That's why there's architects and developers. So I don't think that anything that suggests that we're going to have anything involved or of that nature, I think it's not proper. I want to say something that happened to me, and I think that's how it starts for me. There was a gentleman who was a dear friend, and I was visiting a building about a few days ago, and I bumped into him on the way out late in the evening, and I hadn't seen him in a couple of years. Dear friend, I'm an attorney, well-respected man. And we started talking briefly about just our lives and so forth. And then he said, oh, I think you're on a board. He spoke to me about my endeavors here in the city. And then he really went at this, what about this development, this overdevelopment in the city? And you can see noticeably he was aggravated. And I, spoke to him, and it's too much development. This is overboard. We have to stop this. And we had a discussion. I said, Tony, there's a lot of development. The economy is doing real well, and people take the opportunity to develop during these periods. I understand, but we have to bring it down. So there's not a lot to be done if you're building by rights, and these people, a lot of them are building by rights, and there's nothing we can do to stop these projects. No, you have to. There has to be something. I said, the Burden-Harris Act is brought up here all the time because we cannot take people's rights away, and some of these things are done by rights. And we talk a lot about by rights, and a lot of the citizens talk about you must do things by rights. So for us, in talking about what we have to vote on, a lot of it is that by rights. In the city, when you say by rights, is a little tricky because it's so subjective. To the approvals are subjective. The Board of Architects is subjective. Compatibility is subjective, and a lot of these things, there's no perfect answer for us to say it's black or it's white. It's basically a judgment call from our perspective. So it's very difficult. So I think the way I see myself here is I'm not here to call winners and losers. I'm here to call balls and strikes. And sometimes the balls and strikes are just black and white. What is the matter, what's truthful, and what's happening. So the issue of these buildings coming on North Ponce or North Gables, 500 feet long, is a fact of life. And it's because the regulations, the Method 2 under IRR, allows building to go this big, this long. And I don't agree with it. I don't like it. Nobody cares. This is incompatible. It's incompatible until 5 or 6 of these buildings are built, and then the 7th one is compatible. It's not compatible today, but it would be compatible up to 6 or 7 of these buildings keep coming and coming. And they're coming because the zoning that we provide is sort of incentivizing this. This gentleman in the blue shirt back there said it. When you provide that incentive, that's what happens. Whether you like it or not, it's what's happening. This is an incentive program, about 20,000 feet, go beyond, and you get all these rights. So I think this project probably falls under all the regulations that are written in black and white in our code. 100 feet allowed in the RIR. What's the subjectivity? Incompatible. Today it's incompatible. I agree, it's big. But tomorrow, if the next building and the next building and the next building are built, it's no longer incompatible. It's just another building in this neighborhood. So I think that's the difficult part here. The Board of Architects has a role to suggest that they would judge compatibility. I've heard it say before, they should judge compatibility. That's very subjective. Compatibility, again, the code underneath says you can do this. It's incompatible today to across the street, but not until that property is built, and so forth. Example in case, you go down Bird Road, between Lejeune and Ponce, 4 buildings are stacked from block to block. They weren't there before, and now there's this huge domino effect, canyon effect. That's the way those buildings came up. This zoning, this area will provide for that type of development if not something is done to change the incentives. The incentives right now are that way. But this project, probably, as much as we hate it, we don't like it, it's too big, I agree with most of that sentiment. But the black and white says 100 feet is allowed. 100 units per acre are allowed. Where can I say this is not permitted? I find very difficult reasons to say this can't happen, except the subjectivity of the compatibility. It's too big. Bring it back. Make more steps. I think that the code, says that, but that's so, subjective. So this is a difficult process, at least it is for me. But again, I'm here to call balls and strikes, and sometimes these things have to fall. These things have to happen for the corrections to happen. I hope this is a correction discussion, as a matter of the Mediterranean discussion. It's a very big discussion. I think it's overplayed because what's happened here is every incentive is tied to the Mediterranean discussion. And everybody uses the Mediterranean, and then we get into this, what's good Mediterranean, what's bad Mediterranean, does it have an arch, does it not have an arch, what is it gonna look like? And we get into these long discussions about what's good and bad in the architecture. I would say that I know a building or two that are not Mediterranean. They look nice, they're very attractive, they're approved, and everybody likes them. They're not necessarily Mediterranean. So to say that Mediterranean is the answer, I would say maybe good architecture is the answer. So, there's a lot to be unpacked here. I feel the sentiment, and I know what my friend said is true. A lot of people feel that there's a lot of stuff going on. This is one of them that is tough to get through because of the change it makes in that community, in that neighborhood. But I don't know where to say this is not permitted by the code. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Louis?
Well, I am willing to make a motion to approve it, but the question that I have is, can we make some comments to the city commission? Because I think what neighbors are saying, what Vinny was saying, is that I am surprised that the city doesn't have either a maximum length or a requirement to break the length of a building. City of Miami does, other municipalities do. That there is not a certain control of the maximum amount of assemblage. It all starts with the fact that if there's no maximum allowed for a developer to assemble properties, they have an incentive to assemble. And I think it's the crux of the problem for the city to recognize that as much as we want to incentivize development and more intensity in certain areas, it can get out of control. So I would like to make a recommendation as part of my motion, if it's acceptable. The city and the city commission need to start looking at setting some limits in assemblage, length of buildings, providing visitor parking, which happens in a lot of municipalities as a requirement, and basically looking, as Vinny was saying, but how much density do you allow as a reward for doing certain things, and maybe that got out of hand too. So at this point, I guess I'm saying something and I'm asking a question at the same time.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a brief comment. Mr. Revuelta, thank you very much. Your comments are very valid. We went through 3 years worth of looking at the zoning code that was finished about a year ago, as you well know. And we talked about those very same things. We talked about the fact that the zoning code encouraged the assemblage of land and et cetera, et cetera. And we made some changes, right? We were able to work with the Planning and Zoning Board and with the Commission. And some things were changed and some things were not changed. That was the nature of the process. But we spent 3 years working with a world-class consultant, working with all of you, trying to make the code better. And I think there's always a chance to do it again, and there's always a chance to improve things. but I think we got a work product that the city commission would approve. And even then, the controversies have continued for the past year. And as you know, people feel very strongly about all these issues. So it's a process. I think we're getting closer to a better outcome. And any idea, your job is to make recommendations. That is exactly what you should do, and I would like to encourage you to do it.
Thank you very much for making that clear, Ron. And by the way, this is not a reflection on you or the planning department, right? This is a global comment.
This is quite a challenge, and what happens is, but what I'm saying is, it's easy for me to make recommendations, but you have to agree with them, and the commission has to agree with them. So that is the challenge in the process. And as you know, it is a process, and it's ongoing since 1930, since the first zoning code of the city.
Very good.
Let's listen. Before you make a motion, I'd like to, Alex, any comments? No comments. Just one thing I'd like to ask, if I may, Mario. Everybody's talking about the length of the building. The amount of times that you've gone before the Board of Architects, has the Board of Architects asked you to do anything, or the architect to do anything?
You know, at one point in time, the issue did come up, and in response, what the project architect did is he actually spent the time, dedicated the resources to do a two-tower plan. And when the Board of Architects reviewed that two-tower plan, which was two towers but still had one parking pedestal, their conclusion was that it really wasn't addressing the issue of length or how it addresses the street, and that the one-tower plan was better.
Okay. Thank you. Luis, you wanted to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve, but with the recommendations to the city commission that somehow, some way, the assemblage of lots, length of buildings, visitor parking, and density under the.
But that's a recommendation separate than the motion.
Is it? It cannot go together, right? Or I'm asking.
You can make as part of the motion.
You can.
What you want to tell the board as part of your approval. So if you can move, your recommendation can be approved with your following comments to be submitted to the board.
So my motion is to approve, and it's a message to the commission that they should look into this for future projects, not to basically alter this project. It wouldn't be fair to the project. But for future reference and for future projects, what I like to send as a message to the commission, if a fellow members here agree, is that they should look into that for the future, for future projects. As Vinny was saying, you know, we've got to learn from these things, and we got to.
So I'm clear, you want them to look at the size, the length of the building?
Not on this project. I think.
No, but you're saying for future projects, you would like them to look at the length of it.
For this project, the train left the station.
Mr. Chairman,
So I'd like some clarifications on the conditions.
Sir, I don't think those are related to the project. I think it's best to have two motions.
Okay, well, we can do it as
One
two.
for the project and one for future.
That's what I was saying, because I
Absolutely no
think
problem.
if not, there's going to be a confusion.
No problem.
The stoops and the balconies, if you could address it.
That's where I was going to go there. There are two staff recommendations which the applicant does not favor. Those are the stoops and the balconies, as Vinny mentioned.
And that's fine. I think that can be approved as part of the PAD, and I do not object to that.
So I just want to make clear, because in the recommendation, it was part of your determination. Have you now decided that you're fine with it
I
as
have
is?
listened to the input, and I think it's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So my motion is to approve, and approve it with the two requests that the applicant is making.
I'll second.
Does that make sense, Mario?
And that's with all other conditions of the
With
department.
all other conditions except those two you can.
Those two which are now being dropped regarding the stoops and the balconies.
Okay, and we actually have 2 items.
Correct, but.
Thank you.
We have a second. Any discussion?
I'm
No?
sorry, who made the second? I did. Alex.
Alex, call the roll, please.
Luis Revolta,
Yes.
Benny Torre,
Yes.
Alex Bucello,
Yes.
A.B. Eisenstadt.
Based on the facts presented to me, yes.
So on E8, are we going to have the same,
Recommendation.
Ramon, is the conditions also applicable to E8 on the stoops and the balconies and should also be included
Yeah,
in
they're no
this?
longer relevant if you want to make a motion.
I don't want to make a motion. I don't have the authority to do so.
He can't make a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
I'll make a motion to include the conditions of staff, except the 2 conditions that the applicant is requesting.
Okay, so that's on item
E8.
E8.
We have also Alex second. Any discussion? No. Call the roll, please.
Benny Torre,
Yes.
Alex Bucello. Yes. Luis Revolta,
Yes.
A.B. Eisenstadt.
Yes. Let's go ahead and take
You wanted to
a,
have a separate item on the, with regard to this?
Recommendation.
I'm sorry, the recommendation.
I'll-
We'd like to have, yes.
If I need to repeat it, I will, but I make a motion to recommend to the city commission to look at the maximum assemblage, length of buildings, designating visitor parking, and looking at the density under the or the PAD, Met bonus, Mediterranean bonus, and all that, which is something, Vinny, if you want to make that motion.
You're fine.
Okay, so that's my motion.
We have a motion. Vinny, would you like to second?
I'll second it.
Vinny second. Any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Alex Bucello,
Yes.
Luis Revolta,
Yes.
Benny Torre,
Yes.
A.B. Eisenstadt.
Yes. Let's go ahead and take a,
Just saying thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Have a good night.
thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break. Can we get Robert to
Back from frozen sleep.
come back in and?
Recording stopped.
Jill? so we have a quorum. We're going to continue, but we have to extend the meeting before 9 o'clock.
Progress.
Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
I'll make a motion.
Vinny, and for how long?
30 minutes.
To 9:30? We have a second. Let's take a roll. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody against? No? Okay.
Chairman, do you want to do election?
Let's read the items. Mr. Caller, would you read the items into the record, please? That would be
E9 and E10.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. E9, an ordinance of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, granting approval of plan area development pursuant to zoning code, Article 14 process, Section 14-206, general procedures for plan area development for a mixed-use project referred to as Alexan Crafts on property legally described as lots 5 through 27, Block 28, Coral Gables Crafts Section, Catalonia Avenue, 301, 309, 317, 323, 325, 333, 341, Malaga Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeal of provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item E10, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, granting approval for conditional use mixed-use site plan pursuant to zoning code section 2-200 mixed-use district for a mixed-use project referred to as Alexan Crafts on property legally described as lots 5 through 27, Block 26, Coral Gables Crafts Section, Catalonia Avenue, 301, 309, 317, 323, 325, 333, 341, Malaga Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions providing for repeal or provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Items E9 and E10, public hearing.
Thank you.
May I have the PowerPoint, please? Mr. Chairman, in addition, there were some letters, there were some emails that were provided, and most of them were favorable, unlike the prior project. So that is part of the record. The proposed project, again, has planned area development, PAD, and also conditional use review for mixed use, similar in process to the previous example. The property, as you can see, is most of this block that is by Salcedo, Catalonia, and Malaga, not all the way to Lejeune. No, it doesn't go all the way to Lejeune. So there is what we have in terms of the existing condition, mostly single family. However, this went through a very extensive discussion during the zoning code update. And this area was rezoned to mixed use, which allows for the project as proposed. The current land use and zoning are commercial low-rise intensity and mixed use 1, which are consistent with the general vicinity of the area. Now, the first request, the PAD, just as before, it has some minimum requirements in terms of area and dimension and so on, the 1 acre, as we know. The significant issue here, and the one that matters, is that there's a maximum height of 77 feet and also 6 stories in the zoning code. Because of the PAD, they're requesting to do 7 stories instead of 6, which is allowed under the PAD rules, according to the city attorney interpretation, and it's also something that is being reviewed right now as a comprehensive plan amendment to make it official and clear in the comprehensive plan. So the architect will explain the design. I won't go into great detail due to the time of the night, but it does comply with the requirements. That is the conceptual rendering. What I was showing before is a site plan. The site plan is accurate, just to make it clear for the public that is accurate in terms of dimension. The renderings are a little bit less accurate, but they give you a sense of the architectural quality of the project. This project also went several times to the Board of Architects. I believe it was 3 times at least, maybe was it more than 3 times? 3 times. 3 times, and it was very clearly debated and discussed. Now, DRC reviewed this in May of 2021. Board of Architects 3 times, as I said. Then the neighborhood meeting took place in December, and then the Planning and Zoning Board is today. Letters were sent to property owners in a radius of 1,000 feet. This time they're all within the city limits. The public notice, 2 times letters were sent to property owners, 3 times the property was posted. Then the website posting happened 3 times, and we had 1 newspaper advertisement for today's meeting. Staff recommends approval with conditions. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. George Zavarro with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. Thank you for taking the time to extend the meeting. I know you're all here as volunteers, and we appreciate everything you do for the city. We've had several neighbors that have been patiently waiting this evening. In the interest of time, I know you've had a long agenda. We've appointed 1 or 2 class representatives to speak on their behalf, but we have about 8 residents here in support. My colleague Devin Vickers is going to submit 44 petitions that we have from the owners of the craft section in support. It's very rare that you see an entire area come together to support a rezoning, but this is, and just to quickly give some background, and I know that this item has been before you in the past, the rezoning of the craft section, but this was an area that really was unsuitable for single family, and residents in this area have dealt with issues of speeding cars, noise, disruptions from living right next to the central business district. And in response, after a lengthy public hearing process, this area was rezoned to MX1. That's what the commission found was appropriate for this area as a transition into the central business district. We are the first project coming in, and I think Mr. Torrey said it best, right? This is setting the development trend that is the city's future vision for this area. I'll let Albert walk you in detail through the site plan, but we're proposing a 263 unit mixed-use project. We're not doing retail on the ground level. Instead, we're doing 22 live-work units. It's a 2.11 acre parcel. And one of the things that we've done is we're asking the PAD in this situation, because the PAD gives us the design flexibility to provide an additional story within the allowable building height and to open up the ground area. And what that's allowed us to do is to provide greater setbacks, provide larger sidewalks, and it's allowed us to accommodate a 7,000 square foot park that as part of that, we are going to be relocating 2 of the specimen trees that are on site to that park to create a really shaded, nice active area with seating areas and with world-class art that we're excited to tell you. We've been working with an artist named Vaughn Spahn to bring some artwork to that park, which I think would be in line with everything that the city's been working towards. I think your planning director mentioned we're providing 3 times the amount of open space that's required. It's been a project that has been thoroughly reviewed, has gone through an extensive review process that you could see we submitted in May of 2021. We actually completely redesigned the project after the city adopted its new Mediterranean bonus program and its new Mediterranean, Coral Gables Mediterranean style. This project was unanimously approved by the Board of Architects, which we're very proud of. And we're excited to present it to you, and we hope we could count on your support here as well. I know we have a few neighbors on Zoom as well that may want to speak. Thank you very much. With that, I'll introduce Albert Cordovez, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Can we please have the PowerPoint presentation? Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Albert Cordovez with Cordovez Architects. First and foremost, thank you for being here today and reviewing our presentation, especially this late. We are truly excited to be here today. As Jorge mentioned, this has been a real team effort to get this project to where it is today. It's been a team effort from our client, from all our consultants, from city staff has worked unanimously with us, and from the Board of Architects. We went 3 times, and I think we have obviously what we believe is a beautiful project, a very boutique project, one that we can truly be excited for many years to come. And again, the goal was essentially when we got commission for this project, it truly felt like a designer's dream in terms of having almost a city block. So we wanted to really put out something different. Instead of the 0 setbacks, we went to expanded setbacks. We went to larger pedestrian realm, because the goal was truly, how can we improve this pedestrian realm and take it to the next level? It's what we did, and that's how we culminated with the park, with the articulation of courtyards into the mass itself, to break it down further with a larger expanded sidewalks for better trees, better canopies. And we, as a result of that, instead of the 10 or 20% open area, we're just under 30%. And obviously, the other goal was to essentially provide a almost 90% of the ground floor is activated by the use of our lift work units and our amenity spaces. The parking itself, as we come up through the stories, you'll see that it's totally internalized. It's been totally linear with active spaces throughout the entire building. Ground floor, again, if I may come back to it, we have provided one main paseo, vehicular and pedestrian paseo, where we took advantage of it in minimizing the curb cuts, again, improving the pedestrian realm. And from that paseo, we actually have access to our loading, internalized loading for our project, and to access to our internalized parking garage as well. We also have a paseo on the west side, which again, with more setbacks than the code required. And as you come up, the last thing we did to really articulate the massing and keep it within the overall height is we broke out the 7th floor and provided our pool deck level at that particular area, centralized with the overall project. We count with approximately 15,000 square feet of amenity pool level area at that particular height. So all in all, we're extremely happy. In light of time, like to leave it open for any questions that you might have, and hope for your support on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and open it up for.
No question.
Yeah, go ahead, Benny.
Just to clear up. So I remember we saw this, and I'm just going by memory. What was the? We didn't reject it. Did we just defer it for you to go back to the board? I know you went back to the board, right? So that was what was needed. Did we have anything that needed to be done, or was it just the architecture?
It was only architecture,
It was that part, right? That they were getting bonuses, or you were getting bonuses for not having something Mediterranean. That was
correct. The first time we introduced the project to the board, it was designed in a more contemporary style. And the direction for the city and the board in order to approve the Mediterranean bonuses was to go more in the traditional style. So we went back for the second time, and then.
Sir, you may be thinking of when this was rezoned, which was part of the zoning update. These properties were rezoned and they came before you at that time. That was not part of the process.
No, they were already rezoned. So we discussed that this was already in the zone that was appropriate. I think you had to get 7 floors, and then there was a discussion about med bonus, non-med bonus, and that's where you went back to the Mediterranean design.
Exactly.
But I don't remember us having any issues with the project per se, more than that issue that made with the bonus was.
Yeah, and as soon as we redesigned the project in a more traditional style, we went back to the board, and it was extremely well received. The third time was just very minor comments that they had observed on actually the first time they saw it redesigned. But thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and open it for public comment. Jill, how many speakers do we have on this?
6 and 1 on Zoom.
And 1 on Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Would you call the first speaker, please?
Maria Blatt. Maria?
If you can come up to the microphone, please.
I'm Maria Blatt, 323 Malaga, and I'm conceding my time to Maria Mendez. Is that?
You got to speak into the microphone.
Oh, I apologize. Again, Maria Blatt, 323 Malaga. I'm totally in support, and I think this is really cool and modern and Mediterranean, traditional, and I totally support it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
To Maria Mendez.
Saul?
We're good. Next.
Stefan Seuss.
Yes, good evening, and thank you very much for your time. My name is Stefan Seuss, sorry, and I live 340 Catalonia Avenue for 3.5 years. I live on and off between the Gables and Coconut Grove for 25 years, so I really know the development happening here around in our neighborhood, and a very beautiful neighborhood. And just wanted to emphasize again on this family neighborhood versus a more commercial neighborhood. I live here, I have 2 kids. When you walk on Catalonia Avenue west of Lejeune, you see trees and families with a stroller and birds, and if you come to our side, there's nothing like that. The only trees, in a matter of fact, you see when you drive down the street are my trees, and actually the project saves all the trees in the back of my yard. All the oak trees will be relocated, so this will all be guarded for the beauty of Coral Gables. And down the road, if you look at the drawings and renderings of this beautiful project, it's really coming back to the Mediterranean idea of Coral Gables, because I think in the last 25 years I'm here, I've seen a couple of sins committed, and I think right now when you look at the Plaza complex at Ponce Leon, and now at this project, I think there is it's coming back to a little bit modern twist, which I think we all want, but back to the Mediterranean idea. So we all in favor here, and I speak actually of one of the few speakers for all of the homeowners, and I think it's very special that all the homeowners on the whole block come together in support of a project like this. So I think we should take the advantage of this and move forward. And thank you very much also that you already saw this issue and you already were in support of upzoning it, and that the commissioners went through and upzoned it to a more commercial approach. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Maria Menendez.
Good evening. Mr. Chair, I need a few minutes. I think my neighbor Maria was trying to relinquish some of her minutes to give to me. If you could please bear with me. I have a few things.
And I do want to say welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your time. I know how hard it is, especially at this time, to be here and deliberating over these issues. So thank you for your work and for your volunteer. Good evening. For the record, my name is Maria Albero Menendez. I live with my family at 322 Catalonia Avenue. We have lived there for over 28 years, and we support the proposed development. This area, our area, has changed immensely over the last 7 years. To the east, the Plaza of Coral Gables, just 1 block away from our home, has changed the city's skyline forever. This project has 8, 14, 17-story buildings with building heights of over 190 feet. It has more than 2 million square feet and over 2,200 parking garages. Also to our east, less than a block away, our home is a block away from our home is another development, 17 stories, 179 feet high, and additional 260 parking spaces. To our north, a developer, the city, and Mercedes-Benz, just 2 blocks from our home, entered into a 3-way property swap agreement. The exchange resulted in Mercedes-Benz taking over the city's old police and fire station, bringing the dealership activities closer to our home, now a block away. The city took over the land that was owned by the developer for the new public safety building north of Alhambra Plaza, and the developer took over the land owned by Mercedes-Benz, where it intends to build what has been advertised as Sky Homes. This development, this high-rise development, is less than 600 feet away from our neighborhood. Also to the north, just 200 feet from our home, along Palermo Avenue, sits high-rise zone parcels that, if assembled, can result in another 16-story, 190 feet high structure. So needless to say, my neighbors and I are located in a growing urban commercial area. Our area where the development is proposed is an enclave. To the south, we're separated from other residential neighborhoods by University Drive, a 4-lane collector with a protective do not enter sign posted on Sausalito prohibiting vehicles from entering the neighborhood. To the west, Lejeune Road, a four-lane state highway with a landscape median, acts as a barrier protecting the neighborhoods to the west from our area. The city's Planning and Zoning Board staff's report outlines the key and facts and reasons for why this development should move forward and obtain your recommendation. A traffic impact study prepared by a traffic engineering firm has been reviewed and approved by the city's engineer, concluding, and I quote, "The proposed development, Alex and Crafts, is not expected to have a negative impact in the surrounding roadway network." On page 10 of the city staff report, the facts about the proposed projects are provided in detail. In summary, the project's density: the city permits 125 units per acre and a maximum FAR of 3.5 for this area. Developer proposes 125 units per acre and an FAR of 3.39, below what the city permits. Building height: the city permits 77 feet. The developer proposes 77 feet. Parking: the city requires a minimum of 357 parking spaces. The developer proposes 364, more than what the city requires. Landscape open space: the city requires a minimum of 20% of the development. The developer proposes 28.32% of the development, more than what the city requires. In regards to the developer's request for a 7-story building, the city staff report on pages 7 through 9 states the following comments. While the project is 7 stories, only 6 stories is allowed. It is within the maximum allowable height of 77 feet. Such departure from the zoning code regulation allows the project to reduce the ground floor building coverage and building massing, thereby creating additional opportunities for additional landscape open space areas for the public benefit. The report further states that 7 stories is allowed through a PAD process pursuant to the city attorney's opinion. The development is a PAD development. Staff report also stated that the proposed mixed-use project is compatible and complies with the intent of the zoning code mixed-use and PAD requirements and performance standards. It serves, and this is from the report, it serves as an orderly transition from the central business district to residential neighborhoods, and the redevelopment of this property fulfills the objective of the city to attract mixed uses with public open spaces in an urban environment. Finally, as it's been mentioned, this development has gone before the Board of Architects 3 times, and the design has been redesigned twice, that including all of the suggestions from the board and the city. On December 9th, 2021, the Board of Architects granted the development their Mediterranean design, architectural design. Thank you, Board, for your attention and your consideration of this project.
Thank you.
Henry? No? Maria Pereira?
I want to say thank you to all of
If
you
you
for being
would
here.
please state your name
My
and
name is
address.
Maria Pereira, 333 Malaga. And I support the project, and I think it's great. I just wanted to say that, and thank you for the opportunity. And we need your approval, so hopefully you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is on Zoom and needs to be sworn in.
Who's the next speaker? Will you call him, please?
Myra Jolie.
I need to have, access to the video. I have it.
Can you
My name
raise
is
your,
Myra Jolie.
Ms. Jolie, can you raise your right hand, please, to be sworn in?
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mayra Jolly, 700 Geronimo Drive. Well, I guess all of the residents who have been in the dais and then they have approved the project, I guess they have spoken. They are the ones that are going to be directly impacted by this project if, in fact, they're going to continue residing there. Maybe it's a good investment for them to have this project there. The developers want to change the essence and the fabric of what it is, Coral Gables, and want to change it into a apartment complex, a heaven. And I guess we as residents, and the residents speaks for the residents of Coral Gables as well, the ones that really love what is Coral Gables and the preservation of what is exactly the vision of George Merrick. I can see that we lost. We have no way out of this. The Coral Gables City Attorney is against us working on behalf of the developers. Our mayor, City Coral Gables mayor, is working on behalf of the developers. The commissioners, we have to fight them tooth and nails just for them to listen to the concerns of the residents. I heard that everybody is afraid of hurting the project because it will represent money that the developers will not be getting. But then at the end, what are we here for? We were how many? About 45 the last time I checked on participating. Now maybe 16 or maybe less. What are we here for? Just to beg? So somebody, allow a little bit of this Shangri-La to remain what it is. Residents, we cannot compete with a large amount of money that have been poured into our city hall for these commissioners and this mayor just to approve and rezone. And now is that after 6 of these buildings are built and the 7th building, 8, 9, and 10, they're going to be just saying, well, we protect the grandfather by that first massive building. How many cranes you can see in the sky when you go down to US 1? Coral Gables are supposed to have sky rises. Like Bell Road, you may as well just go back to Homestead and come back through US 1 and Coconut Grove somewhere just to go from one place to the other. We have the city manager working against us, all of them. And the city, the Coral Gables City Hall is the same chicken with different feathers. We'll never win. Residents of Coral Gables, we lost this battle. Coral Gables is doomed to be destroyed. It's just a sad reality. We just have to live with it. Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you. Next.
Jacqueline. One second.
The city of Coral Gables have lost.
Hello? You hear me?
Yes, we do. Would you raise your right hand? Actually, if you don't mind, before you speak, because we're going to be running out of time, is there a motion to extend the meeting a little bit longer?
Let's give it 10 more minutes. I'll make a motion.
Can we say to at least 9:45?
Yeah.
9:45, there's a motion. We have a second by Alex. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody against? No? Go ahead, please. Can you put the gentleman back on? Thank you for raising your right hand.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. If you could start by stating your name and address, please.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board, esteemed neighborhood. My name is Julio Webel, 309 Madeira Avenue. I've been here for 30 years, and I have a true perspective of what's happened in these 30 years and how this area has evolved. And that's the reason I support this project, because the change has brought onto the area a needed response. From what used to be a quiet neighborhood is no longer that. So an urbanistic and architectural response has to be in place. And I consider Alexa and Crafts project a proper one for two reasons. One, urbanistically, it transitions well from the edges of the lower structures like the San Sebastian and smaller areas west of Lejeune and University Drive onto the larger buildings that rise downtown. And also, architecturally speaking, I believe the architect has successfully interpreted what others architects do, which is copy Mediterranean motif. This architect has interpreted the Mediterranean vocabulary into a more contemporary response. So with that, I support this project and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There we go. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. There we go. Would you raise your right hand, please, to be sworn in, Mr. Pardo?
You swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members. Thank you so much for listening to the public. I want to be sincere that the project looks different than what was originally presented. And that is the positive, I think. I do not minimize some of the observations that were made by some of the board members this evening on the other project that was looked at, the Madeira project. Luis Revuelta, a very distinguished architect and
Sir, we're talking about the project on E9 and E10.
That's correct. And the other one was a pad, and one of the things that he talked about was the length of pads, length of buildings, which is, one of the concerns that I have with this particular.
You're concerned about the length of this building, is that correct?
Correct, but
continue, please.
They were able to break down some of the massing, through the redesign and with the help of and assistance of the Board of Architects. But at the same time, keep in mind that one of the biggest issues here is these are 263 units. This is the first of 3 blocks that were changed by the former commission and 2 of the commissioners that sit on that board now. The reason that that's important is because when you take 263 times 3, that's over 700 units that are going to be built in that area. And the impact is going to be great. With all deference to Maria that I've known for many years, she did quote the traffic report of having no negative impact on the adjacent roadway. Well, the adjacent roadway, quite honestly, is Lejeune Road, which is level F, and you can't make it any worse than that. That's why it's basically negating a 0. The biggest problem I see is that staff said correctly that the applicant is only allowed 6 stories in height, and that the 7 stories is now being magically waived through an interpretation by the city attorney, which now they're trying to write into legislation into changing the code. If they change the code, so be it. But as far as this particular project, it's 7 stories. So the justification for the stories was to add that park. Well, the park is approximately 4,800 square feet, about 60 by 80 feet. If they would reduce a certain amount of units, they could double the size of the park. Right now on the 7th floor, they have 42 units on the 7th floor. So they were actually able to get more units on the 7th floor than keeping it 6 stories and not having the park. And that is something that staff did not analyze or mention. And keep in mind that the Board of Architects is continuously told that they can't get into the quote unquote zoning matters. Well, if they can't get into the zoning matters, I think this board has the ability of doing that. Keep in mind that a pad is something that goes through the planning board first, after the Board of Architects, and then to the commission. The pad is not automatic to the maximum amount of units. The Planning and Zoning Board has the ability to say, reduce the size of the project so we can give you the additional units that you're getting. No one suffers that way. You could tell them, make the green area bigger, lose some units if you have to, therefore we'll give you that 7th floor. But they are not doing that, and it's up to the planning board to do that and make that suggestion, so ultimately the commission would be able to address that. The last thing I want to say is that I understand that 42 neighbors are for this particular project. The neighbors are 42 sellers. They're selling their properties so they can develop this project, and it's their right to do that. But it's a distortion of reality that everybody is really happy with this particular project, because once they're gone, they're going to be on those 3 blocks over 700 units that are going to be built in that area, which today may have about 50 homes, single family homes, and that's all. I do understand they're selling, and I empathize with them, but the empathy should also go both ways as far as the planning board and the commission in trying to reduce the height of the 7th floor, or make the park area that would be needed for those 263 units, make it at least twice as big. And just keep in mind, 4,500 square feet, my backyard of my single family home has about the same amount of green space only in the backyard without counting the front yard. So it's important for the planning board to do a little horse trading with the applicant who has a pad request that is not automatic to not the maximum height in height, but also floors. So they want something, and I think it's your job to be able to say, you know, staff, we kind of disagree with some of the things that you've said, and really put that to them.
Thank you.
And I appreciate, again, your time, but I want to make sure that the planning board always understands that they have the ability to say, we'll approve it subject to this.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Pardo. Anybody else, Jill? No more speakers. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and close the floor
Just clarify one comment, Mr.
to
Chair.
speakers, and then I'll let you do your
Sorry, I thought you
rebuttal.
had closed it. Sorry,
Go
I
ahead,
wanted to
please.
clarify one.
No, go ahead.
Thanks. So, thank you very much, and I'll keep my comments very brief. But I did want to clarify because, you know, this has been a long process, and we have been working with the neighbors through the rezoning process and through the site plan process. And we did take Mr. Pardo's comments and we did digest them and listen to them, because we do have a PAD. But this PAD normally requires 20% open space. We're providing 30% open space. Most projects would have gone right to the setback. We have a 10-foot setback, and we've gone back an additional 10 feet. That allows you to have very large sidewalks, and it gives you the ability to plant large shade trees. Additionally, having additional open space. So it creates a really pedestrian environment, which this portion of the city historically has not had. They have very little trees and very small sidewalks. Even though we are asking for a 7th story, the maximum building height under MX1 is 77 feet. Our building is 74 feet 4 inches, and the middle portion of the building, and working with your planning staff, we have carved out and reduced that down to 64 feet 8 inches. So we have a much smaller volumetric massing that would be allowed if this project did not have a PAD. Lastly, and this is what I wanted to give credit to Mr. Pardo about, was listening to his comments. We have almost doubled the size of the park. It's gone from 4,000 to almost 7,000 square feet. But it's not just the park space that we're creating. We've actually committed to also build out that park by relocating those trees. So now that park will have shade, which most of the new parks that have been developed don't have that capability. We have the capability of relocating on-site trees, creating a shade environment, and also redeveloping that park, which is also an additional public benefit. We have less FAR, less density, less height than allowed, and we are in full support of the staff conditions and ask for your approval here this evening. Our entire team is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Vinny?
Yeah, I'd like to, call out some positives because I think, again, these things create trends and hopefully people listen and follow through with some positives. The sidewalk width issue is really a big deal, and I think that's one of the things that, again, Mr. Pardo spoke about, some things that could be done to offset the PAD and the density and so forth. But I think this extra width of the sidewalk here is a big deal. I'm a very big proponent of what happens on the ground floor, and what people experience most is what's happening on the ground floor. I think that's huge. And the other thing is the carving out of these courtyards, I think, is very well thought out, and I think that's really another big plus to have that remove the blockiness and create this sort of inside feeling with more light to the tenants. That's also a good thing. Overall, I think, the improvement is there, and so I want to make those positives be known.
Thank you.
I'm just here to help if you need any help.
Thank you. Alex?
I have no comments. I think it's, again, I got to become familiar with that area like a year or so back when I was running in. It's glad to see all the neighbors come together and support a project. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you.
The project is not requesting an increase in density of units.
No, sir. It's
Could you put your mic? Yeah.
The history, the Coral Gables zoning code.
Sorry.
Okay, good. The Coral Gables zoning code at different times has measured height and stories at different times. And in 2004, they combined it. And in most of the designations, there's a maximum height and a number of stories. That is very relevant in the Met bonus design. And it's a point that Mr. Pardo had brought up multiple times in this project. It was codified in the final update of the code that we did recently, 77 feet and 6 stories. However, the city attorney interpretation said that in case there is a PAD, the number of stories could be different as long as it was consistent with the maximum height. Now, there's an amendment to the zoning code that says that specifically, going through the process right now. So that is the policy of the commission also.
Well, in my opinion, I think that to avoid this kind of debates and confusion, I still don't understand why it cannot be 7 stories, 77 feet, and call it a day. Is there any?
Because that is the nature. That is the nature of the zoning code of Coral Gables. Confusion.
Thank you, sir, for your clarity and sincerity on that.
Now, I could write a very simple zoning code, but that would not get approved by the city commission.
It gives us more work. This is
Well,
how we earn our
I
keep.
guess it allows us to be here until 10 o'clock at night.
No, but I think
that's a great
everybody,
incentive.
and in fact, Mr. Pardo's discussions about Mediterranean architecture, I think, have influenced this project and made it much better in terms of the architectural design.
Well, I see absolutely no problem with the requests. And actually, at some point, I'd like to make a recommendation, separate motion, of course, that the code just basically gets simplified. It's 77 feet, 7 stories. Some developers are going to say, I want to do 6 because I want to have higher ceilings. I want to have a bigger ground level. So at that point...
Mr. Walter, I spent 3 years trying to do that, and I failed miserably.
Well, I don't want to add to your misery, so I'll just stay shut. But these are the kind of things that, as an architect, does frustrate me. And I will take this opportunity again to bring to the City Commission, hopefully, that in this area, I see a major mistake. And I'm not blaming anybody in particular, with a future land use map. And Lot 34 has in the front a high density classification. And to me, University Drive is the line that basically separates this medium, high-density district, which I am in agreement with, but we have a single-family home district just south of San Sebastian and University Drive that needs to be protected. And I want to be able to, every time that I can, make a reminder to the city that this lot 34 with this high-density classification, which is, I think, MX3, needs to be, in my opinion, studied and actually changed to the same classification that the rest of the block 34 has, which is a low density. So I know this got really nothing to do specifically with this application, but it's something that I want to take the opportunity every time I can to remind everybody that this is a problem, because this can set an ugly precedent to continue further south and further south.
Everything you see in that zoning code, everything in the map are deliberate decisions of the commission. Nothing was done by chance, and I can assure you that there was plenty of discussion on that.
Well, I don't know if the rest of my four colleagues agree, but I would like to make a separate motion after this, that I would like the city to review this, because I think this can be a huge problem in the future for the city, in my opinion, and the neighbors.
Benny?
In the interest of time, I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Second.
You want to make a
With
motion for
conditions.
approval with the conditions?
The standard conditions that we have.
Standard conditions, which I'm completely aware of and understand what they are, yes.
Second.
We have a second?
Sorry, we need two
The
motions?
two items, so
We'll do one first.
One is the PAD and one's the actual approval of the.
Correct.
PD
So
and
let's-
mixed-use site plan.
You
They're
didn't make an
separate
appointment,
items.
So we're
let's do
doing
first.
the E9 first.
Which is PAD?
Right.
PAD
Correct.
first?
Correct, we're doing E9 first, and we can do a similar motion on E10.
Okay, so this is
after
a
we
motion
do
for
E9.
E9, PAD, approval, motion
Right,
for approval with conditions
With conditions.
as per
And
staff.
you second it?
Second.
Any discussion? No? Call the roll, please.
Vinnie Torre,
Yes.
Luis Revuelta,
Yes.
Alex Pusello, A.V. Eisenstadt.
Yes. What about E10?
Sorry, next one is E10 for the site plan approval as presented by staff, as proposed by staff, approved motion.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? No? Call the roll, please.
Alex Pusello, Luis Revuelta,
Yes.
Vinnie Torre,
Yes.
A.V. Eisenstadt.
Yes, and you wanted to make
I'd like to make a motion to,
a recommendation.
recommendation to the city that they need to look into block 34 and the high-density designation, that its eastmost parcel facing Ponce de Leon needs to be carefully studied and hopefully changed to be in context with the rest of the block and to protect the south district of south of Santander.
Okay. We have a second?
Second.
Any second? Any discussion? No? Call the roll, please, on that.
Alex Pusello. Yes. Luis Revuelta,
Yes.
Vinnie Torre,
Yes.
A.V. Eisenstadt.
Yes.
So I think we need a motion to defer. Are we going to hear any more items
Chairman,
tonight?
I would request at least E1 and E2,
Which is E1 and E2?
which is the downtown, the extra height at 205 feet. The reason I'm saying that is because the commission was very clear on the direction they want to take. And to continue the process, because there's a complaint amendment, we need a recommendation from you.
So just to help out the commission, I will make a motion for 10 more minutes.
We have a motion for 10 minutes.
Second.
We have second. Any discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Continue, please.
Okay.
We talked about it.
Let me add this.
Yes.
I don't, this is a recommendation going back to the board, to the commission. We have a quorum of 4. I'm going to be against this item.
You can vote against it. There's
Right,
no,
okay.
yeah.
So let me read E1 and E2. E1, an ordinance of the City Commission granting approval of proposed amendments to the text of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to expedited state review procedures and zoning code, Article 14 process, Section 14-213, comprehensive plan text and map amendments to provide that the maximum number of floors in the comprehensive plan shall not apply to any plan area development, PAD, upon City Commission approval, and to allow an additional height bonus in return for limiting density for qualifying PADs within the central business district, providing for a severability clause, repeal of provision, and providing for an effective date. Item E2, an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code, Article 2 zoning district, Section 2-500 plan area development, to provide that upon City Commission approval, the maximum number of stories in any PAD shall not apply, and to create a height bonus to PAD minimum development standards in the central business district, providing additional height with limit of density for qualifying properties upon City Commission approval, providing for severability clause, repeal of provision, codification, providing an effective date. Items E1, E2, public hearing.
So, Mr. Chairman, your comments were forwarded to the commission, and the commission decided not to make any changes from the original text.
This is the item in which,
It was deferred last time. It was before.
this is the item that was basically, for less density, you get additional height?
Yes, sir.
And can you remind me what was the trade-off?
You could get 205 feet instead of 190 feet, as long as you kept the building to 100 units per acre. As you know, downtown, the central business district has no limit on density.
And okay, so you're going
That was the policy of the commission.
So you're going from no limit to 100 units in exchange for 15 feet?
Yes.
It's up to the...
And some of you disagreed, and that was explained to the commission, but the commission insisted on the same idea. So I would request a vote up or down.
Any comment?
I'll put it on the record, and I'm sure that everybody will be, voting whichever. I think the commission correctly tried to help the project that involves this go forward. I'm for the project. I'm very much in favor of the project. I don't think there's nothing wrong with the project, and I don't think that this will hinder the project. I am not in favor of decreasing density in downtown as a bonus. I think there's other ways to do that are better. So for that reason, I will be voting no against this item.
Your point, Vinny, is that you're not in favor of decreasing density?
I'm not in favor of an incentive to decrease density in the downtown. I think there's other ways to incentivize or help this project or any other project.
That was the whole discussion we had.
Right, that I think makes sense more than this item. This item to me is not the way I would handle it, and for that reason. But again, I'm much in favor of this project, and I'm not sure it will have that much effect on any other future project. So I will just have that be my similar vote as before.
So,
just
so you're aware, because we only have 4 members, if it's not a 4-0 in favor or against, it goes as a
non-recommendation.
Again, I don't think it matters to the commission at this point.
I believe that it doesn't matter. I mean, the reason that they have to take a vote is because there's a comp plan amendment.
Right.
And the local planning agency needs to make
a recommendation.
So
I don't know what's going to happen, but okay.
I don't know.
But if 3-1,
it'll be what it'll be.
Is a non-recommendation? It's going to be 3-1, at least.
Well,
at best, at worst.
Whatever you want to do, you should do. And all I'm saying is, I believe if we vote, that's all we need to do. And if I'm wrong, we'll figure it out soon enough.
Stenzelton, I make a motion to approve with limiting the height at 200 feet, and that's my motion.
Wait, limiting the height at 200 feet?
Not 205. I mean, the 205 is the kind of thing that I read in codes and say, who the hell came up with 205? It's like
205.5.
Oh, which is that's even better, right? 2.555. I mean, we could at this point.
I think you need to read the motion a little different, because I think it's not clear what you're saying.
The issue is that this is a policy decision by a commission. They made it very clear that this is what the policy was, and they're asking for your opinion.
Yeah.
Well, Vinny gave his, I'm giving mine. I'm putting
Well,
up a motion. so-
So the motion is on a modified basis to 200 feet. Is that your
Are
motion?
you modifying it to 200 from 205.5?
No. Well, yeah, I'm modifying it from 205.5 to 200. That's my condition to the motion. 200.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, I think we need two motions.
Well, we got to go with the first.
There's no second to the motion
Then it
at this
dies.
point.
Correct.
If it's no second, it dies.
As it stands at 205.5. Is there a second to
So
that?
this is going to be on E1,
The comprehensive plan
on
amendment
the
first?
comprehensive plan.
Yes. Just,
Can I move the second and still negate it?
Sure.
yes.
You surely have the right.
I don't know how, to be honest with you.
Or not negate it, but I'll second it.
For purposes of
For
voting.
purposes of a negative vote,
Of
yes.
helping this go through, yes, which I
Okay.
think is necessary.
Any discussion? No. Call the roll, please.
Alex Costello? Luis Revolta?
No.
Benny Torre?
No.
A.B. Eisenstadt?
Yes.
So it's a
Complicated
2-2
matters.
tie.
And for the record, if
You have
it's-
an opportunity,
for
by the way, to
for
break
the
that
record, my
tie, but
clarification is that I'm not opposed to the lowering of the density. I just believe, I don't believe in the 205. This would be 200.
We understand, we understand.
I think
so we need a motion on item number 2.
which is what exactly? I'm not
E2.
reading it.
E2 is the actual zoning code.
Did you read it into the record? Yes.
Yes, I read it into record. The zoning code has to implement what you do in the comprehensive plan. So the zoning code matches, I believe, correct me, Ramon?
It's the same text,
Right.
the same information, yes, sir.
Alex moved. Do we have a second?
I'll move, yeah, second.
Any discussion? No. Call the roll, please.
Luis Revolta?
I'm voting no on the principle of 200. I don't have a problem with the density.
Vinny Torre?
No.
Alex Costello? Yes. A.B. Eisenstadt?
Yes.
2-2 tie.
Do you need another item? So we need
No,
to extend
Mr.
this?
Chairman,
We good?
we could.
Mr.
we
Chairman.
No, he's the chairman.
I'm sorry,
He's
I
the chairman.
apologize.
Sorry.
Mr. Torre, I think we can.
Mr.
we can
Trias, if we need to spend 2 more minutes here, if you have another item, for 2 more minutes, would be nice to you.
Sure, whatever you like.
Oh, but there's no more items, right?
We're going to defer the.
We probably could, I mean, we could deal with the Mediterranean. I think that one is really easy.
No, let's
What?
No.
You're on
Is there a?
another planet.
I think at this time we need to defer. Is there a motion to
Defer.
I guess adjourn the meeting? Well, how
Yes.
do we do that?
Adjourn.
So I guess it's a motion to defer the balance of the agenda to the
To a
next,
time certain next meeting?
time certain, I don't know, are you going to re-advertise it? We don't have to re-advertise it if we,
We probably will re-advertise.
what's the date of the next meeting?
Do we know the date of the next meeting? March 9.
Okay. So the motion should be to defer the balance of the agenda to March 9th at 6 PM.
So made. Is there, everybody in agreement? Yes?
Yes.
All those could signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
That's
make a
always
motion.
in order.
So moved. All in favor, say aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hallelujah.